Xi Jinping, Mr. Trump expects trade to be a primary focus of the talks. The Trump administration hoping to establish a board of trade with China to address differences and prevent future trade conflicts. The BBC's Stephen McDonnell in Beijing.
Even though there's a big business delegation accompanying Donald Trump, no one thinks there are going to be huge deals signed. However, if there are some sort of symbolic deals that are inked, that would be encouraging. When it comes to tariffs, I think we just expect that maybe just the détente will continue. China wants to bring up Taiwan because the Chinese government wants the U.S. to not provide armaments at the same level to Taiwan.
And the Iran war will likely be discussed. China is one of Tehran's key allies and buys a lot of Iranian oil. Mr. Trump's second state visit to China, the first trip came 9 years ago during his first term. Despite the demands of the Iran war, Secretary of War Hegseth says the U.S. military remains locked and loaded.
I take issue with the characterization that munitions are depleted in a public forum. That's not true. And ultimately, we have all the munitions needed to execute what we need to execute, and we're going to ensure that we supercharge that going into the future.
Hegseth testifying yesterday on Capitol Hill. A Republican drive for South Carolina to join the national redistricting drive by redrawing its U.S. House map has fizzled. An initial vote in the state Senate fell short. A physician says a French woman being treated for hantavirus after being infected on the cruise ship is critically ill, being treated with an artificial lung. Watching Wall Street this morning, the stock futures are mixed so far. Dow futures down 121 points, while the Nasdaq futures are 237 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
How many times are you going to walk into that outdated bathroom and think, I really need a bathroom makeover? Stop putting it off and transform your bathroom and your life in as little as one day with a beautiful, affordable shower makeover from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Choose from custom designs tailored to your budget and style, including safety-focused features for beauty and peace of mind.
I've had a great experience from start to finish. The crew that came in, they were so professional. This looks like a marble, beautiful, new shower, and it was done all in one day.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free design consultation and quote. Call 800-384-3305. That's 800-384-3305. 800-384-3305. With purchase and installation, financing through third-party lenders, subject to credit approval. No interest and no payments if paid in full within 12 months. Charge from purchase date if not paid in full. Not all will qualify. Call dealer for details.
The leader of Hezbollah in Lebanon is demanding the government withdraw from direct talks with Israel.
Naim Qassem says in a letter directed to Hezbollah group officials that direct negotiations benefit Israel and that they are concessions by Lebanese authorities. He said Lebanon's government should instead resort to indirect negotiations with Tel Aviv, as in previous years, such as when a ceasefire was reached in November 2024. Lebanon and Israel are scheduled to hold 2 days of talks in Washington starting Thursday in an attempt to end the latest fighting that broke out 2 months ago following the Iran war and discuss the future of relations between the two sides. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
King Charles delivering to British lawmakers his Prime Minister's legislative program for the coming year. It's a ceremonial state opening for Parliament. The question is whether Prime Minister Keir Starmer will be around to implement it, and if he is, whether he will have the authority to push his proposals through Parliament. News and analysis, townhall.com. It seems that America's youngsters are not doing so well when it comes to at least one of the 3 R's.
Researchers warn the U.S. is going through a reading recession, a slide that predates the COVID pandemic. A new analysis of scores from 3rd through 8th grade for 5,000 school districts in 38 states found that only 5 states had meaningful growth in reading test scores from 2022 to 25. It also finds students remain nearly a half grade level behind pre-pandemic scores in reading. Jason Walker reporting.
Hotels say the promised economic boom from the World Cup has not materialized yet for them. The American Hotel and Lodging Association reports that room bookings are lighter than expected in most of the 11 U.S. host cities, roughly a month to go before the start of the tournament. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
What if those who were once called conspiracy theorists turn out to be right again? A new study by Korean doctors claimed that COVID vaccines raise the risk of 6 cancers, including lung, breast, and prostate. Researchers analyzed health records from more than 8.4 million adults between 2021 and 2023, and their findings were published in Biomarker Research, a respected scientific journal. Critics dismiss it, but the data raises concern that spike protein exposure may be tied to long-term health risks. And Dr. Peter McCullough has been aware of this since 2020, which is why he collaborated with the wellness company to create Ultimate Spike Detox, designed to help your body clear spike proteins, reduce inflammation, and support heart health. With natural ingredients like nattokinase, dandelion root, and bromelain, it is your daily proactive defense from a man-made virus. Don't wait until symptoms strike or something unexpected happens. Experience the only formula approved and used by Dr. McCullough, one of the top doctors who risked it all. Go to twc.health/Godzilla. That's twc.health/Godzilla and use promo code Godzilla to get 10% off plus free shipping.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
This show knows things before anybody else is transmitting it. I said 5 minutes after we make a deal, the price of crude oil is going to go down $20 a barrel. Well, it went down $20 a barrel today.
It did.
15 days from now, and if it looks like we have a good deal, it'll go down another $25 a barrel.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
And that's a good sign for us, obviously, and for the free world.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Happy Wednesday morning, listening family. Hump Day. We're getting there. You're listening to the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobb. Good time for a look at weather and sports. Going to be full of precipitation this day on the East Coast. We'll start where I am, as always, in Richmond, Virginia, where the high today will be 78 with thunderstorms, a low of 54 tonight and showers. Right now, the temperature is 52 degrees in the capital of the South. The Squirrels keep on rolling, 7-1 winners over Erie last night. First pitch today, 11:05 a.m. That's odd. In the nation's capital, you'll see a high today of 76 with storms, a low of 53 tonight, also with storms. Right now, the temperature in Washington is 57 degrees. The Nats take it to the Reds last night in Cincinnati, winning 10-4. First pitch tonight at 6:40. In Atlanta, the Braves top the Cubs 5-2. First pitch for those two teams again tonight, 7:15. High today in Atlanta of 80 degrees, partly sunny. A low of 56 and clear. Right now the temperature is 61. In Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 81. It'll be sunny there. 51 and clear tonight. Right now the temperature in central Tennessee is 63 degrees. Philadelphia, high today of 75 with showers. A low of 56 tonight and stormy. Right now the temperature is also 56 degrees. The Phils outlasted the Red Sox last night 2-1. They'll play again tonight starting at 6:45. Daryl Morey out as president of operations for the Sixers. Coach Nick Nurse, however, is staying on. Morgantown, high today of 68 degrees. It'll be stormy there. A low of 46 with a passing shower or two. Right now, the temperature in, by God, West Virginia, 56 degrees. All right, my Yinzers, you got to be happy this morning. The Buccos down to the Rockies, 3-1 behind the pitching of Paul Skeens. Those two teams will face off again tonight starting at 6:40. High today in the 412 of 68. It'll be stormy. Low of 46 with a couple passing showers. Right now, the temperature is 59 degrees. Hey, NFL schedule comes out tomorrow. A few breadcrumbs already. The Chiefs and Broncos will play the first Monday Night Football game of the year on September 14th. The Bills will open their new stadium against the Lions for the first Thursday Night Football game of the year. And the Giants host the Cowboys to start Sunday Night Football and the John Harbaugh era for the Giants on Sunday, September 13th. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by, you guessed it, the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
The city of Blaine, Minnesota gives the finger to the Minnesota Supreme Court after they ruled last year that women can legally walk around bare-breasted. Not on our family beach, says Blaine's city council. Though no incident has happened there yet, they wanted to draw their line in the sand. After last year's Supreme Court vote, Justice Sarah Hennessy wrote in a concurring opinion, quote, interpreting private parts to include female and not male breasts would lead to the continued stigmatization of female breasts as inherently sexual and reinforce the sexual objectification of women, and that the idea that female breasts are primarily sexual is rooted in stereotypes. Hold that for a moment. A new technology for Minnesotans to vote in elections with their phone was demoed Monday at the Capitol. It has advocates from both parties saying it would help streamline voting by service members overseas. Some Republicans think it could boost voting in rural areas. Democrats like it because it seems like another way to easily cheat.
Hey, you can't prove that, Rusty.
Tying the two issues together and thinking outside the box, mobile voting for beach nudity. In deference to our transgender friends' motivations and agendas for equality and inclusivity, a compromise seems in order to use mobile voting by everyone on the beach that day to determine approval for topless sunbathers on a case-by-case basis, regardless of gender. Before the top comes off, let's all vote. Majority rules.
Democracy means the people get to choose.
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the social.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineers sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk radio in the universe. You can call our toll-free number at 888-480-5646 to talk to John. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who is 6 months to a year ahead of everyone but God himself, John Fredericks.
Well, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Great to have you with us. Got a couple of quick announcements. If you're not following me on Godzilla Wins, do it. Winners last night. Hit the last 3 in a row. Go to GodzillaWins.com for all your daily picks. And right now, focused on hockey. I have no baseball up, nothing else, just hockey. I focus. I believe in focus, and that's what I'm focused on these playoffs. And I am red hot, Danny boy. Hot as a pepper. So just go to GodzillaWins.com. It's free. Costs you nothing. There's no ads up there. There's no articles. I just do it out of the goodness of my heart to help you because I believe you pay it forward, right? It's good to have you with us. Good to have Danny boy there and all the good things. I'm glad he's happy he's not with WRVA with the debacle going on there with that guy in the morning. He got in all kinds of trouble. Kind of ridiculous. Anyway, we talked about that yesterday. Well, here we are again in South Carolina where 5 rhino, do nothing, no good senators, state senators, decide they don't want to be state senators anymore, I guess. And they vote down the opportunity to have a special session and to postpone the election and get another seat. They postpone it. They could have done it. We could only afford to lose 3 seats. We lost 5, led by Weasel, State Senate Majority Leader Massey. So we got the whole Weasel thing going on there. So look, I guess you don't like your job. You know, here's the problem here, okay? Here's the problem. We were right there in South Carolina. Pam Evett has been a beast. She has been a warrior. She has been a knight. She's like Joan of Arc. Okay, she's like Joan of Arc. That's what she is. Hope she doesn't end up with the same fate. But that she's like the Joan of Arc out there. She's fighting. Do you know, get this. You're not going to believe this. President Trump called Shane Massey on the phone yesterday. He calls him on the phone and says, look, Senator, I really need you to do this. We really need to get this seat. The country's hanging in the balance. This one seat could be the difference between communism or freedom in America if the Democrats take over. And so Shane Massey, who's the majority leader in South Carolina, took his phone call, then went on the Senate floor, mocked the phone call, mocked it, and said he was voting no and he was going to vote his conscience and told his colleagues to vote their conscience. What conscience? The country is slipping away from you. It is hanging by a thread. The communists are pounding on the door. What conscience? What is wrong with you? Do you not understand what you're fighting? Are you that blind? Are you that stupid? Well, you know, it's really not the right time to do the maps again. And, you know, we believe, us Republicans here, we believe in good governance. You're a freaking idiot, okay? There's no governance here. It's win, lose. It's impeachment or go forward. It's communist rule eating out of a garbage can or freedom. What is wrong with you? The 5 of you, all 5 of them, guess what? You're gone. You're up in 28. See ya. I don't care what we have to do. You're going to get Indiana'd. So hope you like being a state senator. Hope you like running around with your little badge on. State senator. I'm the majority leader. I'm majority leader Shane Massey. Yes, I am. And here's my friend Chip Campston from Charleston. And we're state senators. Would you like a cold soft drink, Senator? Would you like a hot cup of coffee, Senator? Is that pillow enough for you, Senator? Are you comfortable, Senator? Get out of my face. You guys can cost us this election. You bunch of moronic, do-nothing, backstabbing, spineless jellyfish runners. And this holier-than-thou stuff, which I got for that 2 weeks in Indiana, that holier-than-thou, that's holier-than-thou. We believe in good governance. We're Republicans. We don't do what they do. We're different. You're an idiot. That's what you are. You're a rhino, do-nothing, Democrat light. Why don't you change parties and get out of my face? Well, this could cost us another seat. The Democrats could win 2 seats. Really? Well, then why aren't the Democrats whipping their votes to vote for this special session? Tell me that. Riddle me that, Shane, or whatever the hell your name is. This is what, look, we got him out in Indiana. We're going to get him out here. We have taken over the party. Starting with Precinct 2.0, I'm running in D.C., Make D.C. Great. Go to my website, makedccgreat.com. Help donate to my campaign. If we don't root these rhinos out, we're never going anywhere. And you got to fight. I'm looking for fighters. I'm a fighter. You're a fighter. You tune me in right now. MAGA 2.0 is about fighters. If you want to say, what is MAGA 2.0? Let me tell you what it is. Let me define it for you. And by the way, go to makedccgreat.com. Donate to my campaign. Come to my event on June 16th or buy tickets for young Republicans. Do something. I know this is an uphill battle. I don't care. It's all uphill battles. The world is an uphill battle. Freedom is an uphill battle. Getting conservative MAGA Republicans is an uphill battle. It's all an uphill battle. Nothing's handed to us. But here's my vision. Here's my definition of MAGA 2.0. You want to know what it is? MAGA post-Trump. You know what MAGA 2.0 is? Fighters. Ken Paxton. That's my definition of MAGA 2.0. And maybe the president going to endorse John Cornyn. I do not know. You heard the Texas Truth Line yesterday. They're wringing their hands over it. I do not know. I don't know. But it's not going to change my position. I am all in for Paxton. I don't care what dalliance he's had. I don't really care. I don't care. I want fighters. I know Paxton's going to fight. I know that I'm going to fight. Those people tune me in now are fighters, or you wouldn't be here. And the fact that South Carolina got 5 senators, we could only afford to lose 3 votes. We lost 5 of them. One they didn't even, you know what really fried me is they only needed 4 votes to squash it. They got 5. Here's what fries me. The 5th guy could have voted yes and saved his ass. But it was in your face, like what they did in Indiana. Couldn't even carry the conference. In your face, MAGA. Like, just jam it right up your butt. That's what that was. That's what those 5 votes were. Incredible. If you're not more motivated today than ever to get out there and do something, including donating to me and my campaign in this uphill battle here, which is a nightmare, they're going to sit around and let these rhinos run things? This is unbelievable. They're not even Republicans. The President Trump calls them up and he mocks them on the floor in his speech. I don't care how you look at this speech. He was mocking the president. First of all, it was a private call. It was a private call. You know what? If you're going to vote no, you don't have to say that he called you so that you can mock him and marginalize him. Think I'm not upset? Shane Massey? The hell are you? The hell elected you president? You represent one district in South Carolina. You're only there because Republicans put you in there. The hell do you think you are? Who do these people think they are? Well, we're different here in South Carolina. There's a gentleman's way here, and we believe in good governance, and we don't really think that this is a good idea because even though it could win a seat, it's really not fair to Jim Clyburn, and it's really not fair to his constituents, and we're bigger than this. We're above this.
We're holier than thou. We go to church on Sunday. Shut up. You're a freaking rhino, Democrat light fraud that screwed the country and screwed your state. That's what you are. And I am sick of this. Good news is we got it back in Missouri because a judge ruled that map's fine. You know, there's lawsuits all over the place, but we could have gained another seat, Missouri and South Carolina. Now it's up to McMaster to call a special session, and he's not doing it either. And he would even be there if it had been for Trump. It's another guy. You know, when Trump got elected, he was the first guy, he was lieutenant governor of South Carolina. He was one of the first people, along with Burt Jones, one of the first elected officials to endorse Trump way back like over this summer, June or July. He was lieutenant governor. And when Trump won, Haley was governor. This is 2016. When Trump won, true story, he asked McMaster, he said, hey, you were the first people there with me. What do you want? What do you need? Anything. You were there for me at the beginning. You helped me win South Carolina. You helped me win the nomination and become president. What do you need? You know what he said? Give Nikki Haley a senior administration position so that I can be governor. That's what I want. And Trump did it. He made her ambassador to the United Nations, of which she took, because it's a very prestigious ambassadorship. And she took that. And then he became governor. And then he won another term. And so he's been there since 2017. He's been there 9 years. 9 years he's been governor. Through 26. And you can't call a special session? I don't care if you don't have the votes. I don't really give a rat's ass. Okay? Do it. I don't have the votes. Well, you know, I'm going to leave it up to the state Senate. Well, what if the state Senate left your governorship up to, what if Trump said, well, you know, I'm going to leave it up to the state Senate. I'm going to leave your fate as governor. I'm going to leave that up to Shane Massey. Well, let the senators figure it out. Really? You're going to let the senators figure it out? That's what we're going to do? No, he made you governor. Made you governor. I'm sick and tired of backstabbers. He made you governor. You should be crawling all over yourself to get a special session. How it turns out, I do not know. Obviously, we need votes. We don't have them to get these maps done. But you only need to turn 2 votes. At least try. My goodness, try. Don't fold your tent. Well, you know, the senators don't like it. You know, I'm not inclined to do it if the senators, you know, don't buy in. The hell are they? You're the freaking governor. No, the senators. I don't care about no senators. I don't care about no stinking senators. I don't care about no stinking state senators from God knows where. Charleston? The hell do I care? I care about no stinking senator. I'm sick of this. And we got to get these people out. O-U-T. This got to be complete party takeover. That's why I'm trying to do it here in Washington. People make fun of me. I don't care. I've got a massive platform on a website. I actually stand for something. You know what our party in D.C. stands for? I don't know. Go try to find it. Cocktail parties at the Capitol Hill Club. That's about it. What do you stand for? What's your vision? What's your mission statement? I remember first time I had Dave Brown on my show. First time. He used to work for, he was a college professor at Randolph-Macon in Virginia, Middle Virginia, Randy Mack. He was chairman of the economics department. Dr. Brad, smart guy. Worked for Walter Stosh, one of the state senators in Virginia, who was a moderate, but Dave was like his economic advisor. And he decides to run against Cantor. Long shot bid. Really no chance to win. I mean, Cantor's a majority leader. He's getting 70% of the vote in the district. Changed a little bit. They added new Cantor something. Uphill battle, right? No money. Cantor's got millions. And I'm like, well, what what are you going to do? Like, if you're in Congress, what are you going to do differently? And he said, well, I'm going to do what's in the Republican creed. I'm like, what's that? A true story. He said, the Virginia Republican creed. And this is on the phone. Back in those days, there was no video. And he proceeds to read it to me. Okay, that's a vision. I mean, as bad as Virginia might be, at least they have a platform. Now, here's what we're going to do. And he said, tell me which one of these canners do it. Because, like, he's, like, batting 190. I'm batting 1,000. I'm going to do them all. We don't even have vision. No vision, no platform, nothing. No goals. Cocktail party. Chicken fingers. That's our platform. Chick-fil-A is our platform. It's a joke. I'm sick and tired of these rhinos running our party. We got to Indiana, what we did in South Carolina. We got to Indiana every single one of these 5. Because here we are, we're all busting our butt. Here's what really fries me, Dan. We're all out here. I'm getting up at 3:45 every day for this. We're all busting our butt. Dan's getting up at 4 in the morning. We're all of you are getting up. We're all busting our butt. I mean, I'm out there doing campaign stuff at night, exhausted. We're all busting our butt, and we got these rhinos in South Carolina that basically just stuck it to us. Just shoved it right up our ass. Right in our face. We rule, you drool. Really? Got to stand for something. They don't stand for jack. That's the problem. We're going to get them out. We're going to keep getting them out until there's none left. And that's our party. This is the last gasp of the do-nothing establishment Republican, holier-than-thou, Tom Tillis, John Thune rhino. Stay with us.
It's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
In a time when everything feels political, one place must rise above it all: the courtroom, where the law rules and integrity matters. In 2020, Georgians came together, electing a justice who believes in protecting our courts.
I'm Georgia Supreme Court Justice Sarah Warren, and here's what I believe. I believe in the rule of law, the separation of powers, and a judge's limited role to interpret the law as written. I believe in a nonpartisan judiciary, impartial judges who don't advocate for political positions or outcomes. I believe in deciding cases without bias or favor, treating everyone with dignity and respect. As a justice on your Supreme Court, I've upheld these values. With your support, we'll maintain the integrity of our courts.
Vote to re-elect Justice Sarah Warren. Vote early starting April 27th or on Election Day, May 19th. Paid for by Georgians for Justice Warren, Inc.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You go, Mike Singletary. You're talking about the Rhinos in South Carolina and Indiana. Can't win with them. Can't play with them. Can't coach with them. Can't do squat with them. We're done. I'm done with this. I'm done. MAGA 2.0 is about fighters. I want you to just keep this in forefront. Everybody's trying to figure out, what is MAGA going to be after Trump? What is MAGA going to be after Trump? I'm already there. I'm already piecing together a visionary coalition of MAGA. Part of it's here in D.C. Part of it is CPAC. Part of it is the Heritage Foundation. This is going to be new MAGA fighters. Think CPAC doesn't fight? Yeah, they've had their problems. Kevin Roberts, he's had his problem. He fought. I want fighters. I want winners. Doesn't mean you're going to win every battle, but you got to fight. Anybody that's willing to fold their tent cannot be part of this movement. You got to fight. That's what we're about now. Now, it's taken us 11 years to get where we are today. This is a movement, folks. This is a populist movement in this country. It's taken some turns. It's taken some dips. COVID, ballot harvesting, cheating, whatever. Illegals, open borders. That's how they're trying to stop our movement. They can't stop it with Americans. They got to import people in. Chamber of Commerce, shipping our jobs out, the whole bit. We've had our bumps in the road. But this is a movement. And this movement has taken over the political party called Republican for the most part. But then we have the Indianas and we have the South Carolinas. But then we also have those to celebrate. Landry, Louisiana. Kay Ivey, Alabama. Missouri. A lot of celebrating to do. Bill Lee, Tennessee. Thank you, Bill. Kicking and screaming. Doesn't matter. Oh, he was kicking and screaming. Doesn't matter to me. Marsha Blackburn, warrior. Pam Evett, warrior. Joan of Arc. South Carolina's Joan of Arc. We're going to identify them, and we're going to put them in positions of authority. And if you're not going to fight, Tom Tillis, the whole bunch of you guys, we're not interested. Go away.
888-480-JOHN. 888-480-5646. You think I'm a little bit fired up today? We should have this seat in South Carolina. I shouldn't have to look at Jim Clyburn again for the rest of my life. They were that close, 2 votes away, because they don't have the backbone or the courage to vote and do the right thing. And they hide behind their holier than thou nonsense. And that's all it is. It's all a fraud. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. Let's get to the phone lines. Let's get to Leonard in Georgia. Leonard, before you come on, though, I got up at 3:45 today. It is 6:40. So how long is that? 4:45, 5:45, 6:40. 3 hours, and I'm having my first sip of coffee. I reward myself with my first sip of 1775 coffee. Hang on. Damn, did I tell you that's great coffee? I can't believe how good it is. Every day I get it. The first sip, it's like, how can a coffee be this good and this affordable? How is that possible? How do you do it? Well, right here, 1775. Hang on. Life is good. When I'm taking my last breath, they say to you, well, you're in hospice. You got about a day. What would you like? Give me a nice, fresh pot of 1775 coffee, a little cream. We're good to go. Go to 1775coffee.com, Danny boy. 1775coffee.com, promo code Godzilla. You're going to get 10% off. And then you're going to thank me later. You're going to thank me. Don't be drinking that garbage. Quality of life. Coffee, quality of life. That's what this is about. Oh, my goodness. Had my big doctor's appointment yesterday. Got blood test, all that stuff. It's all good. Let's see. Let's see who we got here. We got Leonard in Georgia. Peach Crew coming up at 9. Leonard, you're live, sir.
John, before MAGA was called MAGA, it was called the Godzilla of Truth. I've been listening to you for 6, 7, 8 years. I don't know how long. And you've been the same person, the same fighter. Like Coach Singletary said, we're sick and tired of pathetic cockroaches, rhinos. Georgia's infested with them. We can't get nothing done with them. I would just have one question for your audience. Name me one policy a Democrat or a rhino will make America better. Zero. There's nothing they can do for us, John. The only way we can do is put our foot in their tail and try to throw them out if we can. There's a district here in Columbus, Georgia, that is almost like that Cleburne's district. The guy's set. Nobody can beat him, and he's pathetic. So you go, boy. You go kick some tail, and I'm going to get my cup of coffee. You fired up. And before I had my coffee, I said, I got to call John because I'm fired up, too. I'm sick of them. And like I said, we're not going to quit fighting.
Got to have fighters, man. We only win this battle with fighters. They fight. They fight. They're communists. They fight. They will fight to the death. We don't do shit. You can hit that button. When I look at what happened in South Carolina, it's just, and then the mock the president, the most consequential president in our lifetime, maybe in history, to mock him on the floor as a Republican. Guy, they've tried to assassinate him 3 times. 80 years old, and you're going to mock the Look, I don't agree with everything he does. So what? Look what he has done. Unfriggin' believable. Sorry to get upset, but really pissed me off. Thank you, Leonard. I'm fired up today. By the way, we got Pam Evett coming up by phone at 7:30. I better get a few downers by then. Down whatever it is, right? Relaxers or something. I don't want to get her fired up. Where are we? Thank you, Leonard. Let's get to Rob in New York. Rob, you're live.
John, good morning.
Hey.
All I want to say here is we can't spend too much time hammering on these rhinos. And what I mean by that is we got to take all the other great wins. I mean, these rhinos aren't going to change until they get the message. So I'm surprised South Carolina did this, because if I were those guys, I would have been looking at what just happened in Indiana. You don't want to do this? Fine, you're out of a job. But I guess South Carolina's going to have to learn the hard way. But look at all the other good that we have. I mean, I've been telling my friends up here, in the New York area. Also I tell them to tune into your show, and if you can't tune into your show, at least watch what you post on social media. I said, because you're going to get the truth. You're going to get the information that you're not hearing from other places. So when my friends say to me, well, how'd you know this? What are you, like Nostradamus? No, I pay attention and stop with the mainstream media. But even like John Thune yesterday, well, we just don't have the votes. And I'm scratching my head thinking, if Chuck Schumer had a 1-vote majority and this was an issue Chuck Schumer wanted passed, it would get passed. This guy, they don't lead. But what am I going to do? Hammer on John Thune all day and call him all sorts of names? No. We're going to hope to God and get the GOP out so that they retire Cassidy and they retire Cornyn, because that's how John Thune will get the message. And one of your next buddies, whoever's up there, I'm talking about Thune's buddies, we'll retire him too. To your point that you've made a bunch of times, there's really little place for the rhinos to go. This is not like what it was a few years ago, where it was, hey, there's no consequences for being never Trump. There's no consequence for sucking up with the left. No, there's consequences now, because the MAGA movement is engaged a lot more now, and they have money and they have the numbers. That didn't exist a few years ago. You only had the numbers. You still have, and it's not going to be easy, because we still have the Bush and Rove wing of the party that would love to take us back to globalism, would love to take us back to being Democrat light, so they could have their 3 martini lunches, pretend to care. We're over that. So I'm fired up. I'm not even upset about South Carolina. I'm really not. I'm disappointed, but I'm not gonna lose a lot of sleep over it either.
Well, I don't like it, and I didn't like Indiana. I don't like this, and it's just a wake-up call for us. And I tell you, Rob, it was. I think what bothered me more was the way they did it. The fact that it was almost like Indiana. It was in your face. It was like, so what are you going to do about it? It was that kind of an attitude. Like, what are you going to do about it, MAGA? What are you going to do about it, Trump? Right? You have a private phone call with somebody and you go on the floor and you mock them. And that's what he did. I mean, he could have gone on the floor and said, look, I know the president really wants to do this, but in my conscience, it's just, I don't believe it's the right thing to do, and I'm going to vote my conscience, and everybody should too, and sit down. Don't be telling, well, the president called me and I'm defying him. Screw you, you little turd ass. The hell you think you are? Some 2-bit state senator lawyer from Timbuktu that's only there because we voted your ass in? You sorry excuse for a public official. I know you said don't call the names. Okay, Rob, I'll be nice.
No. I call guys names all the time. Don't get me wrong.
I'll be nice, Rob.
I have words that would get you FCC fines. Remember, I'm from up here in New York, but I try to
I can do this because Dan's got the mute button, the dump button. So when I go off the edge, he hits the dump button. He's probably saved me about $5,000 since he's been there. Thanks, Dan.
but in all,
the first thing he did when he got there, he went to Comey like, where's the dump button? Come's like, oh, John doesn't need that. And Dan's like, let's just put it in just in case.
Hey, you're from Jersey. You know how you know all the colorful language.
Pretty much, yes. But I've done better. Actually, I've done better.
So,
all right. What else, Rob? How's
anyway,
Mandami doing?
but
Who's he stealing from?
I don't
from
know.
now?
I mean, supposedly he's got his budget through. And yesterday I saw that I think Hochul was going to give him another $4 billion. And this is what I said about getting out to vote. What I talked to, I have a friend up here in New York. She used to be involved in campaigns, and she's always like, I don't understand why there's no get out to vote, because bring the message to people. She's talking about from the Republicans, because if I'm Bruce Blakeman, I would be going to every county outside of New York City and make sure these people understand. Hochul is worried about getting reelected. She's going to force you outside of New York City to pay for communism in New York City. And that's how you have to say it. Not radical agenda. You're paying for communism. And make that message really clear. And who knows? I mean, if you take the two counties in Long Island and the counties a little north and northwest of the city, you can get the numbers. Plus factor in, upstate, you could push back against the numbers of all these leftists, towards the city, who would just, rubber stamp a Hochul reelection, because that's what's at stake here. She's going to take your money and increase communism there, because she can't go against them. The party is a communist
she
party.
gave Mandami the $4 billion to close this gap. She gave.
That's what I saw yesterday. I mean, I don't know. I didn't dive into it deeper. That was one of the headlines in the New York Post. I don't know if it's official, but he's bragging. I think it sounds like he's going to solve the problems in New York City despite the massive deficit. I mean, I don't know how.
Well,
they're hanging their hat on that.
Rob, you nailed it. They're sucking money out of every other county in New York. They're sucking it out to fund his communist agenda in New York City. So if you live in Rochester, Saratoga, Buffalo, Yonkers, it doesn't matter where you live, Long Island, they're going to suck your money out and they're going to give it to him. And that's what she's done, because she's afraid of him. I mean, she's petrified of the guy. And what?
And
Stefanik's, when Stefanik was running for governor, her vision was to make him the issue. And when Trump played patsy with him in the Oval Office and played nice with him and all that, and then he wouldn't endorse her, campaign collapsed. I mean, she'd be out there now blasting Hochul every day. I haven't seen anything from Blakeman. Nothing. Zero.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's around on social media, but again, the same thing. That not everyone goes to social media. Number one, and number two, they need to see you. They need to see you outside of the city. I mean, I live a little bit north of the city, so I'm still in the New York City, media market. So it's not, I mean, I know who he is because you see him on the news. I mean, he's the county executive for Nassau County, right outside New York City on Long Island. Great, we know him down here. But do they know him in the Albany area, in Rochester, Syracuse, Buffalo, central New York, like Utica or something like that? No. Why aren't you up there? Claudia Tinney's a representative up there. Go around with her. I'm sure I'd love to take you around on upstate. The same thing with the guy that's running to replace Stefanik. He's a nice guy. I think he went to school with her, so they're friends. Go around with him. I don't get it. I don't know who the hell's running the campaign. It's probably some stupid GOP consultant where they get paid by their VIG for the ad buys. Okay, that may have worked in the 1980s or in the 90s before the internet. Nobody's really looking at emails anymore, begging for money. Get out there on the ground. That's how the Democrats do it. I don't get it, John. I don't know who. Anyway.
You're right.
So. But look, we'll take whatever wins we can get, and overall we're net positive, even with this sorry state of affairs in South Carolina.
Well, the Missouri ruling helped. Look, I'm after 12 seats, right? The Missouri ruling helped. The South Carolina didn't. That's an offset. So now we're at about 10. Plus we gained the 4 in Virginia. That's over. They can do whatever they want. There's zero chance of that getting reinstated now. The clock has run out. They're done. So, look, we have to hold those seats in Virginia. There's still an election. We got to gain these 10 or 11, whatever it is. We got to do that. We got to What do we have right now in the House? A 4-seat majority? Is that what we have? Somebody texted me. I think it's 4. We got a 4-seat majority. We kept the seats in Virginia. It stays at 4, and we gained 10, maybe 11. So let's call it 11 when it's said and done. That means they have to flip 15 seats. Okay? I'm telling you, that is a tall order. When you look at these maps and you look at the seats they have to flip, and a couple of them we can actually flip. The biggest flip opportunity we've got, we're going to flip the seat in Maine. That's one. That's a done deal. LePage is up by 25. And we got a hell of a shot to flip Campner's seat in Ohio, because that's now in our favor. So there's 2 seats I guarantee we flip. So now you go from a 4-seat majority to a 6-seat majority to adding 11. Now they got to flip 17 seats with those 2 in order to win. They're not there. I'm telling you guys, I don't care what the polls say. They're not there. There would have to be a blue tsunami, and these people have no platform other than Trump sucks. I mean, you look at the other day. He's trying to fix the pond in D.C., the Roosevelt pond. He wants to make it blue instead of gray. So they file a suit to stop it. They'd rather it look like crap. It's insane. These people stand for nothing, and they're going to do nothing. And so, yeah, they're going to win some seats, but are they going to win 17 that they need to win after the 2 we flip? No, they're not going to do it. We are going to hold the House if we don't fumble it away like idiots.
Well,
right?
That's the thing you have to keep in the back of your mind. That don't ever forget that Republicans wrote the book on snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah,
so you always have to keep it. You always have to keep that in the back of your mind. But realistically, the momentum's on the GOP side, just like the numbers you ran through. And yeah. I think when more people see the ridiculousness of what's going on, I mean, come on, someone sues because she walks her dog. Someone sues because they want the reflecting pool to look like crap. Right. I mean, this is not rational. We're not dealing with rational people.
No.
And I think most of America sees that.
Yeah.
Or how you want to, hey, we lose in the court? Okay, we'll just turn around and fire all the judges. What?
That's unbelievable.
This is
Rob, you have a super day. I got to bounce. Thank you, Rob in New York. Good to touch base today with you. Thank you. But look, we need fighters. That's this whole thing. We need fighters. And if you want to fight, call 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. We got Phil Klein coming up. He's a fighter. We need fighters. I mean, I'm tired of these rhino losers that don't do a damn thing over and over and over. It's just unbelievable. So, you know what we're looking for? Fighters. You want to fight? Join our campaign. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. MakeDCGreat.com. Come to our event June 16th. Put it on your calendar. It's in Georgetown at the iconic. You don't throw that word around lightly. City Tavern. We understand that's where George Washington went for a couple pops after a tough day at the White House. I'm not making this up. Brandon Beach going to be there. U.S. Treasurer. Cora Lewandowski, keynote speaker. Morgan Griffith. We're going to have a great time. Victory party June 16th. All you got to do is go to MakeDCGreat.com. Our election night victory party. Check that out. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. Tickets $50. Free food. Open bar. I mean, come on. You gotta have fun, and we're gonna start something here special. Be a part of it. Don't be sitting on the sidelines. You guys can come up. Go to Georgetown. It's gonna be fun. Tickets $50. If you can't go, buy a couple anyway. Just email me and say, hey, give these to young Republicans. We'll be happy to do that. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Want to weigh in? We've got a great lineup today. We got Phil Klein coming up. Don't want to miss that. We've got Pam Evett is going to be with us by phone, Lieutenant Governor of South Carolina. She's loaded for bear. 7:30, Morgan Griffith. 8:30, Jimmy Patronis. 8:35, Peach Crew. 9 to 10. What a great lineup. Plus your calls, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. I'm John Fredericks. I'm live in the nation's capital. Stay with us. Plus, we want your calls. This is a community. Truth and clarity, my friends, right here. Phil Klein, next.
This is WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFV, Portsmouth.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. You might think the Iran war would top the agenda for President Trump's talks with China's Xi Jinping in Beijing, but Mr. Trump says that's not the case.
We have a lot of things to discuss. I wouldn't say Iran is one of them, to be honest with you, because we have Iran very much under control. We're either going to make a deal or they're going to be decimated. So one way or the other, we win.
Mr. Trump is now on his way to the summit with a bevy of U.S. tech, industry, and financial leaders in tow. Mr. Trump says this is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things going to happen. The Missouri Supreme Court has handed Republicans a redistricting win. The court rejecting a Democrat challenge to a new GOP-friendly congressional map. And while Republicans have enjoyed a good deal of success in redistricting, a GOP redistricting effort in South Carolina has failed. An initial vote in the state Senate falling short.
President Donald Trump had urged South Carolina to redraw its U.S. House map ahead of the November elections. The state House had previously voted in favor of letting lawmakers return after the regular session ends this week to consider redistricting. But the Senate also had to approve taking up redistricting. The 29-17 vote failed with just 2 votes short of the 2/3 needed. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Democrat discord. Democratic National Committee Chair Ken Martin is losing the confidence of some party officials. They're concerned about the direction of the party's political machine barely a year into Martin's term. Major donors are not giving. Liberal influencers publicly question Martin's refusal to release an internal report on the party's shortcomings. Watching Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures are down 132 points. NASDAQ futures up 221 points. S&P futures better by 17. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 844-41-BIBLE. That's 844-41-BIBLE. 844-41-BIBLE.
Ukrainian drone pilots turn a military exercise in Sweden into a crucial warning for NATO. Correspondent Ben Thomas explains.
That's the sound of a small drone being operated by a Ukrainian pilot, playing the role of the enemy during a NATO exercise in Gotland, Sweden.
If you have Gotland, you're able to control the Baltic Sea.
Sweden is one of NATO's newest members, and Colonel Andreas Gustafsson says of the non-NATO member Ukrainians,
they are miles ahead of us when it comes to drone warfare, so we really appreciate them coming here to share their experiences with us, and we have a lot to learn from them.
And in this exercise, the Ukrainian drone forces destroyed Sweden's troops. I'm Ben Thomas.
News and analysis at townhall.com. Olivia and Liam, they're atop 2025's list of the most popular baby names.
The list compiled by the Social Security Administration lists Charlotte in second place among girls, ending Emma's 6-year run in that spot. Ava slipped out of the top 10, replaced by Ileana. On the boys' side, the top 4 names, Liam, Noah, Oliver, and Theodore, held steady. Kasai had the biggest surge in popularity for boys, while Clarity with a K led for girls. The U.S. saw 3.6 million births in 2025, slightly down from the year before. Keith Peters reporting.
Britain's Princess Catherine set to make her first overseas trip since announcing her cancer was in remission. Kate will be visiting Italy to spotlight her focus on early childhood education during a 2-day tour. That tour gets underway today. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey parents, plan an unforgettable summer. Send your kids to Rapidan Baptist Camp in Rochelle, Virginia. 1 week of nonstop fun and life-changing truth. Amazing preachers, friendly counselors, exciting activities. Ride an alpine coaster and zip line, a 250-foot water slide, and that's just the beginning. Junior camps for ages 7 to 12, teen camps for 13 to 18, 2-day Pee-wee camp with mom and dad for ages 4 to 8, and a brand new day camp option. Sign up today at camprapidan.com. That's camprapidan.com. Rapidan Baptist Camp, where faith and fun collide.
The Trump administration has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system, but there's only so much the government can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. The Wellness Company allows you to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits, which contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. The Wellness Company also offers a variety of health products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more, helping you stay healthy and live a longer, better, healthier life. Make America healthy again. That starts at home. So do your part and protect the health of you and your family. All you have to do is go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10%. That's twc.health/Godzilla.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
President Trump and Buddy Carter are working to help Georgians keep more of what they earn by passing the largest tax cut in history, eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, and making the child tax credit permanent.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
From day one, Buddy Carter has stood with President Trump on his mission to make life more affordable for working families. But while President Trump and Buddy Carter were protecting our wallets, Congressman Mike Collins was abusing them. Congressman Collins is under federal investigation for misusing taxpayer funds to benefit himself and his cronies. According to the investigation report, Congressman Mike Collins, quote, may have violated federal law by shelling out government funds to one of his top aides. Georgia families have had enough of wasteful, corrupt career politicians. We just can't trust or afford Mike Collins. Paid for by Buddy Carter for Senate.
I'm Buddy Carter, and I approve this message.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Tired of fumbling for your phone, wallet, or keys? Don't put it in your pants, put it in your pocket. Meet T-Pocket, the practical tees, the shirt that keeps it all in reach. Designed in the USA, assembled in the South, these tees feature smart built-in pockets for easy access. Long sleeve, short sleeve. Tpocket.net. fast shipping, easy ordering. Grab yours today and level up your everyday carry. Put it in your pocket with T-Pocket. Tpocket.net.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
Run! It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network and the John Fredericks Radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, truth and clarity right here. Professor Phil Klein coming up next. Law professor, former Attorney General, Kansas. So he knows a little bit about what's going on. Royals fan, Chiefs fan. We're going to talk about baseball? No, I don't think so. Astros, 11 games under 500, worst they've been since 2024 when they lost 100 games. Not good. So we're just not going to worry about it. We're going to talk about hockey instead. By the way, you want hockey winners? Got another 2 last night. Got three in a row, 5 out of 6. Dan, I'm on fire, Dan. Go to GodzillaWins.com. I put my picks up normally about 5 o'clock. Go to GodzillaWins.com, GodzillaWins.com. Get another winner tonight. Free. I'm like Bernie Sanders and Mandami. I'm just giving it away. And I don't need a bailout from Kathy Hochul, $4 billion, right? Taxpayer money from New York. Let's go fund Mandami's communist regime. The thing is crazy. These guys are going to lose. I'm telling you what, we are going to win the midterms. I am so fired up, so clear that we're going to win because they're not going to pick up 17 seats. And that's what the math is. So that's not 4, 17. When it's all said and done, they're going to have to flip 17 seats. Not going to happen. There aren't 17 seats that they can flip after we flip the 2 that are a done deal. Campter gone, Ohio. See you later. Hope things work out in retirement. Spend time with your grandkids. And LePage is going to win the 2nd district in Maine. He's up by 25 points. That thing's over. Put a fork in the Dems. They're done. But we got to run through the tape. We got to keep fighting. We need fighters. And that's why we're bringing on Phil Klein right now. Here's the good news. I'm going to talk about my friends at Starlink. Just go to sat123.com, sat123.com. Now, if you own a business, you need to get your mini Starlink. This thing is a godsend, man. If you own I don't care how big you own an LLC, how big or small it is. You can't run your business without internet. And I take this thing with me. I travel with it. Fits right in my bag. It's convenient. I flip it on, put it by a window. Doesn't matter. In the car, flip it on. Wherever you go, you're good to go. I got the big one on the bus, obviously the Trump bus, but I travel with it. Go to a hotel, try to get online. Forget about it. It's all garbage, right? Get your Starlink. Now, if you get a porch, obviously you put it right out there, but if you got a window, you're there. You just point it right to the window. You're good. It's like they got a deal right now. It's like $195. You got to check this out, man. Best thing you're going to get to solve a lot of your problems. Just go to sat123.com, sat123.com. Get your mini Starlink now. Great deal, great buy. 10 times better than the 3 jetpacks I've got. That they don't work half the time either. Joining me now, Professor Phil Klein. Oh, by the way, go to sat123.com. Professor, good to have you with us.
Good to be here.
So, Professor, Virginia, see ya. Give us your rundown.
Well, it's as we thought, John. The Virginia Supreme Court recognized that the Virginia Constitution means what it says, and that the Democratic Party and the leftists can't run around it to pass a constitutional amendment that clearly is not supported. And this decision also came down, John, without even considering how deceptive the ballot language is, which was not in that lawsuit. It was in a separate lawsuit in which the judge found that the ballot language was inherently misleading. And this shows what the left is willing to go to. You know, it's very interesting. I'd like to cover the last half century briefly of what we've seen in government, because that's what Trump is trying to reverse. the last half century of this incremental growth of governmental power and consumption of our nation's wealth. Government has grown far greater over that half century because of rhinos teaming with Democrats to create a system where government officials are rewarded by taking money from the American public and giving it to friends to build their constituencies. And government growth has greatly exceeded wages in this nation for a half century. Take the example of New York, which you were speaking about. The New York legislature increased the state operating budget by close to 14%. 14%, with billions upon billions of dollars of tax increases. Now, here's what they did. They increase the government spending this much, and they take a part of it, just a sliver, and they give it back to their friends in refunds and rebates, and they call it a tax cut. So they increase government spending tens of billions. In fact, it's shocking. Even though they passed their budget, no media outlet in the nation has reported the total tax increase because they don't put that in the press release. And the media, the mainstream media, is so lazy, they don't even ask. How much does this tax increase cost the economy and the wealth of New Yorkers? There's no reporting on it. It's just that they increase these taxes. At the same time, there's all kinds of reporting on the sliver that they're giving back to their friends. Now, I saw this happen in the Lynchburg city budget last night, where my daughter is on the city council. A rhino Republican by the name of Chris Feraldi was voting to increase, without any debate, trying to prevent debate, a $259 million or so budget last night that increased greater than inflation. And to justify it, he goes into one line item and shows that there's a slight reduction on one item when the whole budget's going up this much, and he calls it a reduction in the budget. They do this all the time. Last year on tax increases, this same council member proposed a mammoth, the largest real estate tax increase in Lynchburg history, this much, but he used part of it to reduce an item of taxes, just a sliver, and he calls it a tax cut. And the media lets him get away with these things. They have designed a system for over a half century to try to defy accountability and hide the ball on what's really happening. And Trump is pulling back the curtain. And these rhinos and Democrats, if there's one thing they hate, it's public exposure and truth. And that's finally starting to happen in the United States. It's because the weight of the president being behind proposals to expose what is happening. The trend is for change, and it's important to support the president now in changing this system that is this cycle of reward of elected officials that does nothing but consume American wealth and liberty.
And it's just getting worse. I mean, we're not doing anything about it. Our debt, our national debt keeps growing. I mean, you look at the money we're spending in Iran, on the war. I understand why we're doing it, but this is just adding to it. It's way over GDP. Our debt now equals U.S. output. I mean, where does this thing go? I mean,
that's why this redistricting effort is so important, because the president needs a working majority in the House and the Senate. And I was pleased, and I know you were too, that the president did what he did in Indiana. He needs to use his authority and his mandate to bring Congress in line. And that's a challenge, because a lot of what Doge did, Congress can ratify. Congress can go exactly where Doge went and make those cuts, and they need to do it. America and its economy will be strengthened if we allow Americans to dedicate their resources to their hopes and their dreams and their future, rather than believing government has to fix every problem that Americans individually face. Government can't, hasn't, and won't. Government is consuming wealth to redistribute to their coalitions that reelect them. And I firmly believe the American dream is built from the bottom up. It's not built from K Street and the inside the Beltway down. It never has been. It never has been. Take a look at education. Greater increases in spending than we've ever seen, federal money flowing into local school districts, and what's happening with educational outcomes. Ever since the National Education Association has ideologically captured education in this country because we pushed all authority up to the federal government, and they don't have to control local school boards. All they have to do is control the National Education Department and throw out this money to induce states to follow national education policy, and they capture all of education. So what has happened with the education union capturing education in America? What is the result? We've removed the authority from parent, teachers, and local school board members. That's where education occurs, where parents, teachers, and the child interact, not in the windowless offices in Washington, D.C. Yet we've pushed all the authority up there, and they've trashed American education because they've been interested in consuming the wealth and distributing the power to themselves. This is what happens when you consolidate that authority. And it's happened across the board. And, you know, we've talked about things that I would hope the president would do before his term ends, because I'm concerned we might not get another like him. And that is to take these federal agencies and not only cut them, but those that continue to exist, distribute their offices back into the states, get them out of the Beltway, have somebody go to the ag department in Kansas City and live in the Midwest rather than live in Washington, D.C. You know, it's fascinating. You look at a national wealth map from the 1950s to today, and if you have a picture of the counties and it's color-coded to show where the wealth is, in the 1950s, it was distributed across the nation. Today, it's all sucked up into Washington, D.C., because people have learned you create wealth not by creating something new, not by providing a service, not by being an entrepreneur, but by lobbying for tax breaks or for a special government program or for a Green New Deal with a grant through an NGO that creates great wealth for these so-called nonprofit leaders who are making $500,000, $1 million leading nonprofits that live off government grants. All of the wealth now is in Loudoun County, in Fairfax. That tells us something. That's what the game is to consume wealth and authority into Washington, D.C., and trade it off for our liberty. And it's got to stop. And one way to do it is this redistricting, to fight this Marxism. I mean, think about that. New York, complaining about affordability, raises its operating budget 14%. 14%. The left, complaining about affordability and inflation, under Biden, 9% without taking on Iran. Trump, 3.5%, while trying to prevent a nation that has been at war at the United States for decades, killed thousands, from having a nuclear bomb. I think it's becoming more clear, but it's vitally important that this party hold together. And I believe what we're gaining right now is a true reflection of where the American people are with redistricting, because the left has had a forced creation of racial gerrymandering now for about, 35 years plus 25 years, so 60 years. And at one time, it was needed. But it was needed. This is fascinating, and you know this too. It was needed because the Democratic Party racially gerrymandered to harm blacks in the South during Reconstruction and all up into the 60s. It was the Democratic Party that suppressed black turnout. And there's a reason for that, because the Democratic Party needs a consolidation of authority to coerce the American people by law into turning over more money and more wealth and more power, because they believe that they can fix all the problems through government.
Well, you're a little fired up today there, Professor Klein, kind of like me.
Well, yeah,
I think I got you going, right? That was an uninterrupted 10-minute Phil Klein rant. that we got to put up on video. Dan, we got to put that up. That was a Phil Klein special right there. But everything you're saying is right. I mean, let's look at two major cities, right? You look at New York City, where he increased spending 14%. Mandame's got a $4 billion deficit. They can't run it. They got to balance the budget. And so he goes to Hochul, who's up for re-election, who is scared to death of the guy, absolutely frightened to death, and gets her to fork over $4 billion, which has to come from everybody else that lives in New York State in order to pay for his communist regime in New York City. I mean, if you're Blakeman running for governor, this is like they just handed you the election if you got the brains to take advantage of this. Basically, I don't care where you go. It's like your money is now going there for their communist agenda, for free buses or whatever they're doing. That's where it's going.
That's true, John. And but some of the challenge for conservatives and for the American electorate is the amount of deception that goes into all of this. So
that's on us, Phil. I mean,
it's not entirely.
That's on us. That's on us. We have to figure out how to get the truth out, like I do every day. We have to figure that out, and then we have to defeat the rhinos, like the guy in Lynchburg. That's a so-called Republican rhino that's increasing your budget.
Feraldi
campaign to get him out of there.
He needs to go. But he did exactly what New York did, and he does it all the time. In New York, what they're doing is, again, a 14% increase. And then they take about 2% of that of the amount, and they give it directly as a payment to voters. So in other words, a person does not understand their taxes even went up, and they get a check in the mail, and they think that government is being frugal and saving them money. So it's a hidden $10 tax increase, and they get a $1 check. But that $1 check is money coming to them in the mail, and they don't understand how their taxes collectively through the year have increased.
No, I get it.
And offset that. That's the game.
We got a lot of work to do to educate and just get the truth out. This is why the show is about truth and clarity. The truth will set you free. We just have to get the truth out. I mean, you take my city, right? Washington, D.C. I just came up with a program that I just put on my website. Nobody here can afford to live. Rents are too high. So I'm like, every rent should be 100% tax deductible, period. Just whatever you pay, I don't care what no income means, no nothing, no lower income housing. Whatever rent you pay should be 100% tax deductible, because we got to get it down. Save average taxpayer here about $2,000, somewhere between $1,800 to $2,100. A lot of money for a lot of people here. And it's like, oh, of course, you put that out there, and the Democrats are like, oh, well, that'll cost us, X billion. All right, we have a $21 billion budget in Washington, D.C. in 2025. $21 billion for 700,000 residents. That's $30,000 per resident. Like, where does that money go? $30,000 for every resident represents the district's budget. It is an incredible number. So it's like, oh, this is going to cost, X $100 million. Well, I got an idea. Why don't you stop spending it on junk we don't need and fix our pipes? So waste is not going in the Potomac. I mean, it doesn't matter what city you go to. It's all the same. It's all a mess. And they just keep spending money and giving out and keeping people in poverty and then giving them crumbs. And that's what they're doing in Manhattan. That's what they do here. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and we do need to take the fight to the local level. And that's another reason why it was so pleasing to see the president get engaged in those Indiana seats. And we need to take it to the city level, because the left has captured again. It's captured city professionals with how they're trained through education and so forth. Here in Lynchburg, John, there's so much effort to prevent transparency and accountability in government. They were debating a $259 million budget last night. And Mr. Feraldi, who I mentioned earlier, made an argument that they shouldn't even be able to amend what staff presented.
Why don't you run against them?
Well, I don't live in Lynchburg.
Where do you live?
I live in Amherst County.
Oh, jeez.
It's a little bit more civil and a little bit more rational out here in Amherst County. But this is and he's a Republican, a so-called Republican. He's an inside player benefiting off his government service and manipulating that government service with city staff to prevent true debate and discussion. It's really assaulting on good government to see how they operate. And what they do is they marginalize or try to marginalize by constantly condemning anybody who differs from this incremental growth of government power and wealth coming to government. And they do it now with the help of the left and their network of local funding and all these activist organizations that they create to look organic. Groups like Lynchburg United and so forth, which are funded from the top down, much of it by billionaire money flowing through nonprofits in Washington, D.C. So they are trying to wreck the country. And they've got their allies with certain Republicans and the left. Look how far left the Democratic Party has gone. The tune that they march to now. It's really quite stunning. And I would hope more Democrats decide, like I think it was recently a Pennsylvania Supreme Court justice, I could be wrong, that said, no, I can no longer be a part of this party. It is not the party that it was 40 years ago or 30 years ago. It's a party of radicalism. It would upend our rule of law. It would stack the United States Supreme Court.
It's called communist, Phil.
It is Marxist.
It's not Marxism. It's communism. Marxism is, as you know, as a professor, that's just a ridiculous philosophy about the cost of labor, right? This is communism is takeover. That's what they do. They rule. It's tyranny, and the communists have taken over the DNC. And nobody's called this out but me. In the country, the communists have taken over the Democratic National Committee. You can't get a nomination now without the communists behind you. You can't do it. They have taken the party over, and nobody sees it. You'll look at this guy in Maine. This guy's nuts running for it, and he's getting millions of dollars. They're all funneling the money in it. The guy is a communist revolutionary running for Senate in Maine. You can't make this stuff up, Phil.
Right now, it's important to back the president. He is leading a worldwide change. You see what's happening in Great Britain with the prime minister being challenged now.
We got to go, Phil.
Yeah.
You're right. We got to go. Thank you, Phil. I know you're fired up. Let's go. Phil Klein, epic rant professor. Thanks, Phil, for being with us. Pam Evett, Joan of Arc, next.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
What if those who were once called conspiracy theorists turn out to be right again? A new study by Korean doctors claimed that COVID vaccines raise the risk of 6 cancers, including lung, breast, and prostate. Researchers analyzed health records from more than 8.4 million adults between 2021 and 2023, and their findings were published in Biomarker Research, a respected scientific journal. Critics dismiss it, but the data raises concern that spike protein exposure may be tied to long-term health risks. And Dr. Peter McCullough has been aware of this since 2020, which is why he collaborated with the wellness company to create Ultimate Spike Detox, designed to help your body clear spike proteins, reduce inflammation, and support heart health. With natural ingredients like nattokinase, dandelion root, and bromelain, it is your daily proactive defense from a man-made virus. Don't wait until symptoms strike or something unexpected happens. Experience the only formula approved and used by Dr. McCullough, one of the top doctors who risked it all. Go to twc.health/Godzilla. That's twc.health/Godzilla and use promo code Godzilla to get 10% off plus free shipping.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
This show knows things before anybody else is transmitting it. I said 5 minutes after we make a deal, the price of crude oils can go down $20 a barrel. Well, it went down $20 a barrel today. It did. 15 days from now, and if it looks like we have a good deal, it'll go down another $20 a barrel.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
And that's a good sign for us, obviously, and for the free world.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, coming to you from the nation's capital. Coming up, Pam Evett, Joan of Arc, is next by phone. Boy, she's a little fired up. You want to fight her? You got one right here. I tell you about another fighter, Mike Lindell. Hey, he's running for governor of Minnesota. But I tell you what, right now, he's got a new factory going, and he's giving his stuff away to you because he loves you, right? This is like, pay it forward, Mike, baby. Let's go. Now, if you're a MyPillow fan like me, you got the comforter, you got the mattress topper, you got the mattress, you got the towels, you got the slippers, you got the Giza sheets. You got it all. You got the pet blanket. Sammy loves it. You got everything, right? At great prices. I even have a socks. Best socks ever, by the way, for guys. Check those out. Now, MyPillow, they're moving to a new factory. They have products in their old warehouse. It's got to go. Why ship them from one warehouse to the next warehouse if he can ship them to you for 80% off and you don't have to pay for shipping? The most brilliant move ever, all for you. You can save up to 80% and get free shipping. They've got these major sales going on right now, once in a lifetime. You name it, they got it. Sheets, sandals, hoodies, PJs, mattress topper, mattress. I got the mattress topper, Giza sheets. Oh, you know what else? Best thing ever? Their comforter to die for. That comforter, get the Giza sheets in that comforter. I mean, you go into bed, man, 2 seconds, you are out. They got it all. Now, don't forget, all of their product, their MyPillows right now, $19.98. Towels, $39.98. You can save 50% off on their Giza Dream bed sheets. You've been waiting, and if you don't have the towels, you're nuts, because it's quality of life, right? You get a little bit older, you want quality of life. You got your kids going to college, they need towels, they need sheets. It's all right here. Massive savings. All you got to do is go to mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla, get all the savings there. Promo code Godzilla, mypillow.com, or give them a call. I know some people prefer to call. That's fine. We have a phone number for you, 800-854-0504, 800-854-0504, or just go to mypillow.com, use promo code Godzilla, or call them, 800-854-0504, promo code Godzilla, get all the savings right there. Joining us now, Lieutenant Governor, South Carolina, Pam Evett, Joan of Arc. Pam, thanks for being with us today.
John, thank you. Sorry I can't see you today. I'm actually, I wasn't in a place where I could zoom in, but thanks for having me on. It was a very disappointing day yesterday in the Senate.
You're the Joan of Arc of South Carolina. The fight that you put up down there, I got clips of your speech on the floor. You never wavered. You were tough. I thought it was very moving, and we're all very disappointed. We got 5 rhinos in the Senate, led by Shane Massey, and this other guy from Charleston. What's his name? Camden. I mean, what was the deal here?
Well, they dug their heels in. I mean, the Senator Massey has never been a big fan of the president. He's a majority leader, but he came up with, I was in the Senate, listening, and his speech was just, to me, I kept thinking of as what planet are you on? Talking about fairness, and I kept thinking to myself, if this was in reverse, the Democrats would have came in here. If they had a Democrat president and they needed a seat, they would have came into this chamber, they would have shoved their legislation down the throats of the Republicans, and they would have walked out. No amendments, no questions asked, and we would have been done. And we sat there and he talked for way too long about, fairness and South Carolina and how, these are our maps. It is our maps, but the Supreme Court said our maps need to be, we need to make sure our maps are proportioned fairly.
Legal.
And that's what the sine die was all about. It was like, let's come back and let's take a look at this, right? And if everybody felt so great, I mean, if those that were voting felt so good that our maps were good, then come back and actually weigh in on that, right? I sat there and I just kept thinking, do you not watch what the Democrats do to us all over the country, right? And this is just another example of why people get frustrated. And I said it when I testified in the House that morning, is that this is why people don't get out and vote. I mean, for years I've been saying we need more than 13% to come out and vote. And, there are some people that are in really ruby red districts, plus 15, that are going, it doesn't matter if I vote, we're going to win. So they don't come out. And then in districts that are a minus 11, or whatever the 6th is, it's like, they're not coming out because they're like, it doesn't matter, we're never going to win. It's like, if we could have districts that people would feel like were fair, that their vote counted, that their vote mattered, I think we'd get this overwhelming support. Senator Massey, his big point was he doesn't believe that it will go to a 7-0. It could go to a 5-2. Okay, I don't see that. I think that South Carolina is ruby red, that our Republicans would come out to support it. You just have to have the fight and the spirit of President Trump to get out and actually do something. And so it was disappointing.
Pam, if the Democrats thought it was going to go 5-2, they would have voted with the Republican majority, right? And they would have
Oh,
they would have come back in session. They know it's going to go 7-0. That's why they teamed up with Massey.
You must be hearing my speech. I've said that in report after report that reporters ask me. It's like, listen, this is just common sense. Let's just look at this with common sense. If I said exactly what you said, if the Democrats really thought they could pick up a seat, they wouldn't be fighting this so hard. They'd have been the first ones to the well. They'd have been the first ones to vote for it. You know, it was disappointing. You know, the subcommittee room yesterday about the constitutionality of that map. You know, we have two Luke Rankins. I feel so sorry for House member Luke Rankin. Can you imagine? House member Luke Rankin introduced the map that came out of the White House. He's in the House, very for redistricting, very for taking that seat. And then you have Senator Luke Rankin, who voted for it in the end. I couldn't get a read. I really thought he was going to vote against it. He voted as a pass and then voted for it. But two Luke Rankins, I mean, how more confusing can it get? But, you know, he did a great job showing up at the subcommittee meeting, talking about his map, getting it introduced. I mean, the entire room was filled with the ACLU. You know, during my remarks, I mean, I guess there were boos in the back of the room. I try to block that stuff out, but you know, I mean, the left came out in full force yesterday to try to. I had heard, I didn't see it because I was in the Senate, that a group was up in the gallery during the House making a commotion. They had to escort them out of the Capitol. So you're right. If the Democrats really thought they were going to pick up seats, they wouldn't have been their all-out push to make sure it didn't happen.
Pam Evett with us. Pam is Lieutenant Governor of South Carolina, fought very hard to get these maps redone. Pam, I've coined her as the Joan of Arc of South Carolina. Pam also is the leading candidate now for governor. I believe she's going to get in the runoff, whenever that is, I guess June 9th now. And I'm going to come down there and campaign for you because I think you're going to win. And you're the fighter and the leader that this country needs going forward. I was very proud of what you did and very inspired by it. And your willingness to stand up to the rhinos. I guess Massey and Camden and the other three state senators, I guess they don't like being state senators because they're gone. They're not going to survive this. I mean, we're going to Indiana them. They're all out of there. None of them are going to get renominated. I guess what, do they want to retire or what? What's the deal? Because when you're governor, none of these five will be back.
Well, and I'm telling you, I hear from their constituents, and I said this in my remarks. There was a Democrat House member. He kept coming at me. He's like, so how many people are in this, and how? And I was focused on redistricting, right? So I'm like, what are you asking me? And I was like, listen to your constituents. My constituents are the entire state. All of you have constituents in a district. Nowhere that I have been has anybody came up to me and said, don't redistrict. Everybody's like, keep pushing. We need to have a clear representation of the voters in this state. And dear Lord, look at the New England area. I mean, you talk about like the Democrats and you and I talked about this, I think a week ago. Just look at that whole area. The Democrats have been taking over these maps forever. And it wasn't until President Trump, like he always does, stood up and said, enough is enough. Mm-hmm. People, take a look at what's happening. Did they become outraged at this, right? Because they got called on it. Mm-hmm. President Trump calls them out on all the shenanigans that they have pulled for years that nobody else has had the backbone to call them out on. Mm-hmm. And, I'm going to continue. I'm going to continue to do what the people of South Carolina want. And everybody that's reaching out to me, everybody I'm running into on the trail is like, do not give this up. We have got to. They still have 2 days left, John. It's 2 days before the end of session. So, the governor put out a tweet yesterday evening because some of my opponents who obviously don't know the rules here in South Carolina were saying, I would call them back immediately. Well, you can't call the General Assembly back until session's over. I mean, it's kind of basic, but the governor said you have 2 days. Get the will of the people done. Like,
so what
get
could
in
they do?
there
What could they
and
do
work.
in 2 days?
Well, I mean, they can try to get together. I mean, from what I understand procedurally, the body that won the vote yesterday, right? Somebody could change their mind and call it back up. I don't know that I see that happening.
It's not going to
The
happen.
House can maybe cross over. I think Speaker Smith has done a great job getting the House united and getting it put into the sine die. Maybe he goes over there and talks some sense into Majority Leader.
Not gonna happen.
Anything can happen. I try to be positive, John. Maybe some of the senators that voted, it doesn't take but one that voted against this.
Well, no, you need two votes. You need two votes. 5 voted no.
Exactly. But
So you need 2 votes.
you never know if somebody else on the other side. I was hearing rumors yesterday, John, that if the vote would have went in the right direction, there would have been 2 Democrats that would have voted. So you never know. You get it to look like it's going in a direction. You don't know who else jumps over, but anything can happen.
Can't the governor, McMaster, call them back in session if the clock runs out?
Yes, but the clock has to run out before you can do anything.
And that's
why the governor, I think, was saying yesterday, hey, you got 2 days. People have been calling on him to call back, but in South Carolina, you have to wait till session ends before you can call anybody back.
When does it end officially? Pam, when does it end? Friday?
It ends Thursday. Thursday at 5 o'clock, session
So
on.
if they don't do anything by Thursday, I mean, he could call them back. And I get, I haven't talked to him, obviously, but, you're just reading about, he wants to really do the will of the Senate. Well, I mean, in all candor, Pam, I mean, he wouldn't have been governor without President Trump, right? Because he's the one that picked Nikki Haley to be ambassador to the United Nations. He was one of the first guys in elected official of a state important to South Carolina that backed the president. So he made him governor by Nikki Haley going to the UN. So I mean, the guy owes him. And I tell you the other thing that really bothered me, Pam, is, I mean, in the speech yesterday by Massey, I mean, he said, oh, yeah, the president called me and, he tried to tell me. And it was almost like he was mocking the president. I mean, that was a private phone call, right? Now, you don't want to do what he wants. You can say, I understand that, this is going against President Trump and, he's been very public about it. He sent a tweet out. You don't have to, detail his call to mock him like he has no influence over me. Like, what was the purpose of that?
Well, that's just arrogance, and that's what you see. But, I found that very offensive also, John. And, the governor is very close to the president, right? The governor has his own style. He has his own style about how he runs things, not as bullish as some, but very effective. And he's very close to the president. So, I would never question the governor's loyalty to the party or the president. But what I picked up is, and I think what I found most offensive, is when the senator actually said, anybody who wants this to happen is weak and afraid, or weak and scared. He had 2 things, and I was like, of all the things you could say about the president, weak or scared is not one. Anybody wanting to push redistricting through, I was just like, oh my gosh. And you're right. I've had reporters ask me forever, have you been in talks with the White House? Have you been in talks with the president? And I said, you know what? I'm a business person at heart. And you know how you keep friends? You keep private conversations private.
Thank you.
That has been my blanket. That has been my blanket response. If it would be to you, if you asked me, it was to Politico, it was to The Hill, and it was to local reporters. Because you're right. I mean, if you have a private conversation with somebody, there should be some integrity involved in that private conversation. But
I mean,
I
was appalled by that. I couldn't believe it. I mean, the guy's taken, 3 assassination attempts. He's look, I don't agree with him on everything. I didn't agree with him on the Pope thing, right? I'm Catholic. the most consequential president in my lifetime, maybe ever, and you're mocking him on the floor. Like who's this guy who do you think you are? Who's this guy think he is? Unbelievable.
Well, I mean, everybody lives with the consequences of their own actions. That's what I've always said. That's what my parents taught us, right? And so he lives in a district that is very pro-Trump. I mean, he will deal with the consequences of his actions, and he basically said at the end of his speech, he's fine to do that. So, okay. I mean, I sat there and went, okay. Well, he basically said it. He's sure that there will be a lot of people unhappy, but he can look at himself in the mirror. I'm paraphrasing all this, and I was like, okay, because his constituents have been very vocal about wanting this done. So we'll see. We'll see what they do. And maybe he went back to his district or heard a lot from his district, and who knows? I can't imagine with the stand he took, he would change his stance. But I mean, at least now his voters know where he stands.
Well, you need to flip 2 votes. I like there to be an opportunity to do that. So hopefully you can do it in the next 2 days. But I really want to commend you, Lieutenant Governor Pam Evett, for the fight you put up, for the boldness, for the character you've shown, for your toughness. And when I look at MAGA, I tell this all the time, I have a vision for MAGA 2.0, and it's defined by one word: fighters. I mean, we need fighters. And that's why I've coined you the Joan of Arc of Florida. Now, I believe you're going to meet a better fate than Joan of Arc did. So we won't go there. It didn't end well, but she was a woman of tremendous courage and character back in those times. So you're an inspiration to us. I mean, we're just, look, the whole movement, Pam, we're just looking for fighters. And we just want somebody to fight with us that believes in what we're doing, that is willing to put it out there. And if you find one, it's like, oh my God, I just found somebody that will fight no matter what. And I think that's what you represent. I think that's why you're going to get in this runoff. And I think that's why you're going to be the next governor of South Carolina.
Well, John, thank you so much. I'm sure with your help, it's swaying voters as we speak.
Well, Joan of Arc of South Carolina, people want to follow your campaign. Where do they go?
Go to PamelaEvett.com. You can take a look at what I'm doing. We all know it. We've talked about it. It takes money to win these races. We're down 28 days left to the primary, and it's 27 days. 28 was yesterday. I'm losing my days, but 27 days left to the primary. June 9th is coming quick. So please go on there. If you feel the need, I would appreciate it. You can donate, but you can read about me. We sign up for my newsletter. Every week we send out a newsletter about what's been happening and going on, and follow me.
It's a really good newsletter. I'm going to find a way to get my Trump bus tour down there for a week. I'll coordinate that with your campaign. By the way, shout out to your comms director again. I know I have to say it every week, but Matt Goins, great guy, follows up, really smart, really an asset to your effort.
Well, he is. He's doing a great job, and we are an all hands on deck with 27 days to go, and everybody is doing a wonderful job. I'm really proud of my team. It's been rough. It's been a busy, hectic few weeks.
Well, yeah, because you're fighting a number of battles, and then like yesterday when I was talking to Matt, like he didn't know if your election was going to be June 9th or August 11th. I mean, you were willing to do that. You're now, got to have the momentum. It's not in your best interest to wait until August, right? This is the other thing people understand. This was not, if they moved the election to the 11th, the primary, that was not in your personal best interest because you've got the momentum now. You're going to get in that runoff. I mean, all another 2 months does, right? June, July, August. All 2 months doesn't give other people an opportunity to recover, get back. I know you've got, then you got to get in the runoff. That gets shortened down. So this is why I admire you. This was not in your political best interest. Your political best interest was to get this thing June 9th, get in the runoff, win. So you went against what was going to help you politically for the good of the movement and the party and for the country. That's why I have such admiration for you.
Well, I think, that's something we need everywhere is leaders who look, if you're a real leader, you look past yourself and you look at the greater good. And, somebody asked me that, and a reporter asked me that last week, and I said, hey, I said exactly what you said, John, is, anybody, of all people, me pushing this, it isn't. It's not easy for a campaign when you budget up to a certain date, right? And now all of a sudden you may add a month, you may add 2 months. It's kind of unknown. But, when you look at the big picture, this is what was good for South Carolina. It was good for our country. It was good for our president.
Pam, thank you for your time today.
Thanks, John. Hey, keep fighting the good fight there in Virginia. You got a tough battle down there, too.
Yeah, we suck. But we'll see you soon. We'll see you, Pam. Morgan Griffith next. Morgan Griffith next.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Barnaire, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Portsmouth.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Trade will be a central focus of President Trump's summit with Chinese President Xi in Beijing. Mr. Trump leading a delegation of U.S. tech, business, and finance leaders to the Chinese capital. That's where we find correspondent Will Weiser.
They will be discussing trade. Both sides have reached a sort of a trade truce since last fall that have prevented each one from imposing high tariffs. And the White House says that there's interest from both China and the U.S. in extending that trade truce. So that's something that will be discussed. They'll also be discussing an arms sale to Taiwan that the White House has approved but has not yet allowed to go through.
China is a key ally of Iran, buys a lot of its oil.
Trump is going to talk about Iran when he meets in a state visit with his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping. He's already expressed some frustration with the Chinese, saying that they haven't used their strong economic ties to Iran to pressure the Iranian authorities to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which could ease oil prices.
And it's wheels down for the president. He has now arrived in Beijing. In the Cornhusker states,
it's too early to call Nebraska's Democratic primary for a seat in the U.S. House. With more than 51,000 votes counted, political activist Denise Powell has a lead of about 2 percentage points ahead of current state senator John Kavanaugh. The winner of the primary will face Republican Brinker Harding in November. He's been endorsed by President Donald Trump. And U.S. Senator Pete Ricketts easily won Nebraska's GOP primary in his bid to seek his first full term. Ricketts had been appointed to replace former Senator Ben Sasse in 2023 and then won a 2024 special election. I'm Donna Warder.
And it's a mixed picture on Wall Street at the moment. The Dow futures are down 130 points. NASDAQ futures 192 points higher. The S&P futures up 14. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Looking for a great real estate agent? Someone who can help you sell your home fast and for top dollar? Go to ready.com, REDY.com. Because on Ready, agents will pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, on Ready, agents will pay you for your listing. Thousands of dollars up front just for a chance to sell your home. And it's easy. Just go to ready.com, enter your address, and when you want to sell. In just 48 hours, the best local agents are competing on Ready to be your agent with cash offers up front just to win your business. Hey, your listing is valuable. Don't give it away. Make those agents earn it. Get paid to pick your real estate agent. Go to ready.com or call 800-885-REDY. 800-885-READY.
As King Charles outlines the UK government agenda, Prime Minister Keir Starmer's job hangs by a thread.
King Charles III will deliver the government's new programme for the coming year to lawmakers with all the pomp and historic trappings that accompany the ceremonial opening of Britain's Parliament. The question, though, is will Prime Minister Keir Starmer be around to implement it? And, even if he survives the latest government crisis, whether he will have the authority to push the proposals through Parliament. The pressure on Starmer has only increased since a Monday speech to party supporters, promoted as the first leg of his fight back. But it was criticised as tone-deaf and lacking the bold policies needed to tackle Britain's problems. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Israeli drones have struck several vehicles on a highway south of Beirut, killing 8 people, some civilians, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. The Israeli military says it's been targeting Hezbollah infrastructure in southern Lebanon. News and analysis, townhall.com. He's well on his way to becoming the next chairman of the Federal Reserve.
The Senate confirmed Kevin Warsh's nomination to a 14-year term on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors on Tuesday, teeing up a final vote to make the ally of President Donald Trump the central bank's next chair. The 51-45 vote was largely along party lines, with Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania the only Democrat to vote in favor of Warsh, a former Fed governor and Wall Street banker. Warsh's nomination to be the central bank's chair for a 4-year term requires a separate Senate vote, which is expected as soon as Wednesday. Bernie Bennett, Washington.
Hotels say the promised economic boom from the World Cup has not materialized for them, at least not yet. The American Hotel and Lodging Association reports that room bookings are lighter than expected in most of the 11 American host cities. There's roughly a month to go before the start of the most-watched sports tournament in the world. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Hey parents, plan an unforgettable summer. Send your kids to Rapidan Baptist Camp in Rochelle, Virginia. 1 week of nonstop fun and life-changing truth. Amazing preachers, friendly counselors, exciting activities. Ride an alpine coaster and zip line, a 250-foot water slide, and that's just the beginning. Junior camps for ages 7 to 12, teen camps for 13 to 18, 2-day Pee-wee camp with mom and dad for ages 4 to 8, and a brand new day camp option. Sign up today at camprapidan.com. That's camprapidan.com. Rapidan Baptist Camp, where faith and fun collide.
Ponder this. We intake oxygen every time we breathe, and breathing is how we stay alive. When God first created man, he breathed life into him. Our Lord also breathed spiritual life into his apostles and filled them with the Holy Spirit at the first Pentecost. Oxygen is a source of life both physically and spiritually. It's the same with fire. Oxygen is needed in order to keep a fire burning, which begs the question, are you on fire for the Lord, or has your spiritual oxygen been extinguished? To answer this, we must go to the source. The source of our spiritual oxygen is the Lord himself. Without him, there is no life within us. Those are his words, not mine. We are called to tap into this life source by baptism, daily prayer, and receiving the sacraments, especially Holy Communion if you are a Catholic, in the state of grace. If we tap into this life source every day, our lives will be filled with the love of the Lord, our spiritual oxygen. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy,
President Trump and Buddy Carter are working to help Georgians keep more of what they earn by passing the largest tax cut in history, eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, and making the child tax credit permanent.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
From day one, Buddy Carter has stood with President Trump on his mission to make life more affordable for working families. But while President Trump and Buddy Carter were protecting our wallets, Congressman Mike Collins was abusing them. Congressman Collins is under federal investigation for misusing taxpayer funds to benefit himself and his cronies. According to the investigation report, Congressman Mike Collins, quote, may have violated federal law by shelling out government funds to one of his top aides. Georgia families have had enough of wasteful, corrupt career politicians. We just can't trust or afford Mike Collins. Paid for by Buddy Carter for Senate.
I'm Buddy Carter, and I approve this message.
If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday, and you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage, and the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
Run! It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, good to have you back. I'm John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, truth and clarity right here. Well, disappointing news in South Carolina, no doubt about it. Rhinos, senators, yes, senator, no, senator. Can I get you a hot cup of coffee, senator? A cold soft drink, senator? Would you like a more comfortable pillow, senator? You're gone. Okay, 5 of them rhinos out, costing us a seat. Unbelievable. Joan of Arc of South Carolina, Pam Evett, though, fighter. We're looking for fighters. I got one coming up right here. Morgan Griffith, there's a fighter. That's what we need. Unbelievable. But we picked up a seat in Missouri, got a good ruling there. So let me lay this out for you again, right? Truth and clarity. Okay? Virginia, we'll get to this in a minute. They're not going to get those seats. Okay, those are. I don't care what they do. It's gone. They're not going to get to 4 seats. In fact, newsflash, they're not going to win any of them because they poked the bear, and we're going to get the turnout, and Kiggins is going to win, and so is Whitman. So they went from 4 to 0. Screw them. Okay, they're a bunch of cheaters, and they're not going to win a seat. So you take those 4 away. I think we end up in redistricting. Handicapping it now plus 11. Plus, we're gonna gain two seats. Campter in Ohio is gone. See ya. She's not going to win. That's a pickup. That's a pure pickup. LePage, Maine 2, up by 25. Pickup. 11 plus 2 is 13. Plus, we got a 4-seat majority. That's 17. So they got to pick up 17 seats now in order to gain control of the House. Newsflash. They're not going to do that. We're going to keep the House. We're going to win the midterms. They're going to pick some seats up, no doubt. But there's going to be no blue tsunami. The economy is booming. Jobs are up. Stocks are up. Business is up. Small business is spending. Consumer confidence is up. The war's going to end. And I'm here to tell you right now how to snatch Hakeem Jeffries. That's why he's whining and crying. How to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. I mean, they had this thing wrapped up. Champagne was on ice. And now they're screwed because we're fighting back, except for the weasels in South Carolina. Unbelievable. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and we're trucking the truth across America. This segment brought to you by Patriot Mobile, my good friend Glenn Story. I love Glenn's story. I run this company. Got to go to J.D. Vance thing today at the Eisenhower thing at Washington. I got 3 phones. 1, 2, 3. Where's the other one? Some here somewhere, the other one. I got 3 phones. I run my company on phones because I'm traveling all the time, right? We got 23 signals. We got TVs and all that, TV stations. I got to be in the loop. I run them on my phone. And how do I run them? Patriot Mobile. Why? Because the service is great. It's cheaper. It's better. The people are phenomenal. They answer the phone in the third ring. I bet the over-under. I always win when I bet the under. They answer the phone in the third ring. They're great people. And I don't have to pay. You want to activate your phone. Promo code Godzilla, free activation, save $35. Plus, I got to stay in. When I'm traveling around, I got to be in connection. So I got 2 carriers for the price of 1 BOGO. So Verizon got 5 bars. Go to Maryland. Verizon, no good. AT&T kicks in 5 bars. It just automatically switches. I get 2 carriers for the price of 1. This is the biggest no-brainer in the history of cell phones. Glenn Story, visionary. I love visionaries. My vision for MAGA 2.0, fighters. I love visionaries. Glenn Story's a fighter. All you got to do is go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com, use promo code Godzilla, or give him a call. 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code Godzilla. Great service, save money, get a BOGO, 2 carriers for 1. You can do it right over the cloud. Takes 15 minutes over the phone to switch everything. Keep all your stuff. Everything's the same. Only your coverage is better and you pay less money. Duh. Biggest no-brainer in the history. Glenn Story, brilliant guy. Talking about fighters, joining me now by phone, Congressman, 9th District, still intact, Morgan Griffith, member of the Freedom Caucus. Morgan, thanks for being with us.
It is great to be with you, John. We had a good weekend.
I'm a little fired up today, although I was very disappointed with, Rhinoville in South Carolina, but those 5 senators are gone. They're going to get Indiana. Now, let's get to Virginia. I got to get your reaction to the ruling and then the Democrats filing these crazy appeals.
Well, as you know, I've been saying since October that there was not an intervening election, that the election had already started. There were 5 really good arguments, 3 or 4 of which were based solely on constitutional grounds in Virginia. The court picked one out of Tazewell 1, as we suspected when we talked last week, that there was either they were delaying until it was too late to do anything this year, or they had already decided on one of the constitutional issues, and they were going to decide it on Tazewell 1 without ever getting to Tazewell 2 or the case in Richmond. And that's what they ultimately did. They decided that there was already an election, that 1.3 million people had already voted. Therefore, you could not call the election less than a week away from when the legislators passed the first round of the constitutional amendment. You could not count that as an intervening election. They didn't get into the 90-day stuff. They didn't get into some of the other things. They just said, we got one issue. And as I said all along, we had 5 great issues. We only had to win 1. They picked one. We won it. It's all done. Now, Democrats complaining, even Bobby Scott has said that their business of trying to lower the age of Supreme Court justices down to 54 was just somebody on the group talking, not a majority of the group that was talking. I think that was just silly talk, frankly. I mean, who would be your judges? Anybody between the ages of 50 and 53? I mean, come on. Because normally you don't want somebody elevated to the Supreme Court of Virginia
in their 20s.
They have some experience, right? I mean,
25 years old.
You graduate from law school. Guess what? You get to be a Supreme Court justice. I mean, it was just silly. The appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States, I don't think it has any merit. At least it's not silly talk. But they would have to find some federal issue. And what the court did is it defined intervening election for purposes of the Virginia Constitution. I don't see any federal issue. Further, when Jay Jones's team of attorneys that he hired to go in and make the argument was making the argument Monday, 3 weeks ago, I guess, they said that the drop-dead date for the State Board of Elections to get ready for the primary elections was May 12th. Now, as I said last week, I thought they could probably go to the 15th, but that means that the Supreme Court would have to put a stay on everything, put a hold on everything, and reverse the Virginia Supreme Court by Friday at the latest.
That's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
No,
don't need to worry about it.
Zero
not
chance.
going to happen. And
zero chance.
And even if they gave them an emergency stay on the current order, which I think is highly unlikely, the Supreme Court of Virginia, the 4 who voted the way they did, just say, okay, let's hear Tazewell too. And by the way, we're going to put a stay on everything until we hear it, and we're going to do briefs, and we're going to do oral arguments, and we'll see in July.
And not only that, it was. I keep telling our audience the Virginia Supreme Court did not strike this down on the validity of the maps. I mean, they had no opinion on the maps, and the Supreme Court has ruled that the General Assembly can draw the maps wherever they want, as long as it's not racially gerrymandered. That's basically when they gutted Voting Rights Section 2. That's the only thing they put in there. So Virginia General Assembly can do whatever they want. They can do the lobster. As long as it's not racially gerrymandered, and those were not, they're fine.
Right, I agree.
But this was thrown out because it violated the Virginia Constitution, which has nothing to do with SCOTUS or the federal government. That's our Constitution, well, not our, former R. That's the Virginia's Constitution. So the Supreme Court would never step in and overrule a state's constitution. You'd have to change it.
Right.
And here's
Unless
the thing.
it's blatantly unconstitutional on a federal level, which determining what is an intervening election has nothing to do with the federal law. So, I mean, there's no basis for them to do that. I will say this, and it kind of surprised some of my friends. They said, how did you feel, after the decision came out? And while I felt somewhat good, the next campaign begins. And as you know, it never ends. If you're in public office and in the eye of the public, or if you're trying to change the way that things operate, you go from one to the next. And the Democrats may very well try this again in 2 years.
Of course.
And we'll just have to wait and see. The one thing I would say is that that they can get all the procedural stuff right, but if they gave us the same map they gave us this time, then I do think that the Richmond argument on compactness, which is a requirement in the Virginia Constitution as well, I do think that they would have to be careful on compactness. I don't think Lobster District was compact. I don't think that most of the 5 districts coming out of Fairfax were compact. Now, you can make an argument that the 2nd and the 4th, even the 9th, that they were compact. You can't make an argument that the 6th, the way they drew it on those maps, was compact. So you'd have maybe 4 to 5 of the district that you could argue are compact, but the remaining 6, 7 were not compact, and I think that they're going to have a hard time with that issue should they bring back the exact same map. Perhaps they'll get with their lawyers and not try to rush it, and we'll see what happens. But they could do the same thing in 2 years. But in the meantime, we have an intervening election, and the state Senate could flip hands.
Yep.
And that's why we have to move on to the next election.
Right.
We have to be ready for this fall. We have to beat back the other constitutional amendments, which did not have these procedural handicaps. We have to beat back those constitutional amendments if we can. And we have to elect all 5 of us, maybe a 6th. The Vindman seat is a winnable seat. We just have to make sure we get a good candidate. And I'm not taking sides in that, but whoever our candidate is, I will support in the 7th. And we have to get out there. We have to win those seats. And then next year, we have to fight really hard to get as many seats in the House of Delegates. We won't get control of the House, but we can win a few seats back. And then we have an outside shot at taking the Virginia Senate.
Outside
if we take the Virginia Senate,
it's over.
It is an outside shot, but it is doable.
Yeah.
And if we take the Virginia Senate, then we have put an end to this, and the constitutional amendment that the voters of Virginia voted on in 2020 and said they wanted to do away with gerrymandering will be sealed in forever. This is kind of like the War of 1812. It was the second war of American independence. What happens between now and the elections of 2027 is the second battle to determine whether Virginia is going to have gerrymandered seats or seats that are drawn in a fair manner. And here we go. We've won a battle, but we haven't won the war.
Well, here's the other thing that's kind of fun. Even if none of that happens, even if we don't get the Senate and they get the House, they keep the House and they try to do this again, and there's an intervening election and they do it right, and the maps don't get overturned, guess what? There's still going to be a referendum. And this time we're going to beat it. We came within 2 points of beating it, outspent 15-1, behind by 30 points when it started, and came within 2 or 3 days of beating this thing. Had this election been April 30th, it goes down. Okay? The momentum that we had and the turnout that we had was incredible. And I'm with Governor Youngkin here. He told Ann at the Susan B. Anthony dinner, he told Ann, who was there with me, our CEO, that had it not been for what we did and the bus tour and this thing not getting within 2 points, that the Supreme Court would have likely not overturned it if it was a 20-point victory, because that would have been too tough to overturn with them saying, you heard from the voters. But because it was close, and the vote mirrored the original maps the justices put out, which was 6-5. It just mirrored it, right?
Yeah.
So next time we beat it. I mean, so what they have to do to get this done is, get through the intervening election, get through the courts, get through the judges, and then get through another referendum, which they're not. This time we're going to beat it. Because now we'll get the money, because people are going to see, well, we almost beat it last time. They spent, when it's all said and done with their IEs and dark money and Soros and this and that, we estimate they spent $110 million. We spent 10 or 7. We got to spend like 12-1.
We might. I mean, when you add in everything that the members did, we put in hundreds of thousands each. And
right.
So you add that in, you add a little bit here and you add a little bit there. We might have been up to 25 or 30. I mean, really, we might have. I don't know. I haven't analyzed it. All I know is that we were out there fighting like crazy, and we'll fight again, and we'll be ready. And you're right. This time, instead of thinking, well, we can't win at the ballot box, our only chance is the court, the national money will take a look at it and say, okay, the Virginians showed they can do it.
Right.
And we'll back them from the get-go, because we started 3 weeks late. Forget the fact that they had at least 3-1, and it may have been more than that, but at least 3-1 advantage on the money. We were also 3 weeks late getting into the game. So I will tell you, I think that the additional money later would have just raised the turnout on both sides. But that first 3 weeks, we had people voting yes who really meant to vote no.
That's
now,
right.
we had that because of the confusing question right up to the last day.
That's right.
But it was in huge numbers in the first 3 weeks, because there was no message out there except vote yes. And you go in and you look at the question and it says, do you want fairness? And, I mean, it is instinctive for human beings to want fairness.
Right.
So the way they phrased the question gave them a big advantage, and the fact that the no vote had not articulated its position in the first 3 weeks means that we lost a lot of votes in the first 3 weeks that we should have gotten, and it could very easily have brought us into a position of beating that referendum.
Okay, let's move to the international scene. President Trump going to Beijing. I think they're on their way there now. They refueled in Anchorage last night about midnight our time, so they're probably getting there sometime the next couple hours. What do you look to come out of this meeting with President Xi?
Well, I don't know that we'll see the major events. That there will be a few things that are said that both sides can claim as a victory. I will tell you where I really think we need to go, and it'll be weeks before we know if it works out. We are hurting from gas prices, but so are the Chinese. The price that they're having to pay, the trouble they're having to get oil, it's a difficulty for the Chinese Communist Party. They've got to figure out a way to resolve that too, and they are allies with Iran and one of their biggest customers. They may have the ability to put the pressure on Iran to turn over the enriched uranium and get this thing over with, so that they can get their economy, the Chinese economy, and then the Iranians get their economy back up and running. We provide the stick, the Chinese provide the carrot. Maybe we can get this thing done. You won't hear a thing about that, I don't think, coming out of this, but that's one of the reasons that I think it's important that the president goes. And hopefully within, 2, 3, 4 weeks, all of a sudden you'll see some movement by the Iranians, and it'll be because the Chinese are putting pressure behind the scenes. But they need, to make their economy work, they need oil, and they need it at an affordable rate, or else it hurts their economy too. And they are in a very precarious situation. If their people don't have jobs, or if they're not making money, they've got 1 billion people who need to work, and if they aren't working, they're going to look to the government and say, why aren't you fixing this? Historically, over 5,000 years of Chinese history, whenever there's a large unemployment, particularly in the rural areas, the oligarchy of the time collapses if that goes on for any length of time. The communists know that. They know they're today's oligarchy. They don't want to topple. They may be able to put the pressure on the Iranians to get the carrot part of this done. We're the stick. Let's hope the Chinese will be agreeable to be the carrot.
Let's hope so. Your lips to God's ears. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America, live in your nation's capital. We're with Morgan Griffith. Morgan is Congressman, 9th District, Virginia, Republican, member of the Freedom Caucus. That is Southwest Virginia. Congressman, President Trump yesterday saying, "Hey, let's put a hold on the federal gas tax." Your reaction?
Yeah, I think that's a decent idea. Here's the dilemma you got. You got to pay for it, because that money goes directly into Transportation Trust Fund. That's money to improve highways and bridges. We have to, I am for a holiday. That said, Congress has to figure out how we're going to pay for that, because we're going to have to put that money into the Transportation Trust Fund, or else you're going to have problems on I-81 or on some of the other federal highways, or on any of our interstates, or the tunnels, et cetera, the bridges. And so we don't want to create any long-term infrastructure problem by doing it. I think it would be great for the American people. We have to figure out where that money's coming from. And so we've got to do our due diligence, and the president needs to help us figure out where we're going to get that money.
All right. Well, we got a caller that I want to get on, but before I forget, I want to invite everybody to our victory party in Georgetown in Washington, D.C. That's going to be on June 16th from 6 to 9 p.m. for my campaign. You can find out more. Tickets are $50. Go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. It's going to be at City Tavern, iconic City Tavern. Morgan, if he can make it, is going to love that place. George Washington went there for beers after a tough day at the White House back in the day. So it has a lot of history there, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Morgan Griffith, if he can make it, is going to be joining us. U.S. Treasurer Brandon Beach will be there, and her keynote speaker, the one and only Corey Lewandowski, as well. We expect a really big crowd. Our victory party. For tickets, don't want to miss out. Just go to makedcgreat.com. Tickets are only $50, free food, open bar, big party. Let's go. All you got to do is go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. And this message is paid for by the Fredericks for Chairman campaign and approved by me. Okay, very quickly. Thank you, Morgan, for trying to make that. Let's get to Mike in Richmond. He's got a question for the congressman. Go ahead, Mike, and then he's got to go.
Thank you. Good morning. Question. Are we living under the Biden budget where they raised it like $4 trillion in 2 years? And my observation is, why cannot a Congress undo that unreasonable 40% increase? And you kind of said something about where are we going to find money for the gas tax, but yet millions and millions of people across this world are getting our money undeservedly, fraudulently, waking up and probably going to get an inflation raise. And so what are we doing? I know people are working to do things. I understand all that. But we find $1 billion here or $10 billion there. We're talking trillions of dollars. That where does it lead to? A Congress must do something.
Morgan?
Yeah, we'll tell you, it's really interesting, and I think we're working on it. And there is some of that budget that's still out there. One of the things that people don't realize, we had Lee Zeldin in to talk to the Environment Subcommittee about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and the Democrats were talking about how we were cutting the EPA. And what they forgot was, or didn't want to remember, was that under the Biden years, there was one-time money put in under the Infrastructure Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, one-time shot of money. Remember the gold bricks going off the side of the Titanic comment, because they didn't know how to get it out the door fast enough. And we're taking the budget back to a realistic budget before that time. The Democrats are claiming that we're cutting the EPA. And all we're doing is trying to restore rational funding that was there before Biden, and the Democrats in Congress overspent us. So Mike is absolutely right. There's some ability there. Now, I will tell you, we already had put that into the consideration, and so it's not there now. But then you have the whole situation with hospice care, and I did a piece on this a couple of weeks ago, and I forget the exact number, but more than 30% of all hospice agencies in the nation were in Los Angeles County. Now, fortunately, we started cracking down on that, and I think I heard last night, and don't hold me to these numbers, but there were like 500 licenses that were pulled. 20 of them appealed it, saying it wasn't right. And I mean, there was so much fraud going on. There is so much fraud on the federal government that if we could take that money and use it for something great, that would be good. Now, one of the things we could probably do with the fraud money from the hospice side of things on Medicaid and Medicare, and that would be Medicare, I guess some Medicaid, but mostly Medicare, is probably put that into one of our trust funds to shore up our systems, but that are not in great financial shape. But we could use it for something else, and there's plenty of fraud out there that we can continue to find. Will it solve all our problems? Of course not. We have to cut back on the spending. So Mike is right. We've got to cut back to a more reasonable budget, particularly in things like the EPA. But there are all kinds of things like that. But also just getting rid of the waste and sometimes the fraud that's out there is a huge benefit to the federal budget. So that may be one way that we can do it.
Morgan Griffith, thank you, Mike, for the call. I want to thank you for your time. More information on Morgan, you can go to griffith.house.gov, griffith.house.gov. Thank you, Morgan. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Long as we're extending here, let's go to Lance from Pennsylvania, commenting on Trump's trip to China. Go ahead, Lance.
Hi, John. Yeah, the Chinese and Russians have helped Iran kill American soldiers since the the excursion in Iran began. Is President Bone Spurs going to bring that up to them, or does he not care, just like the American economy?
Well, I think thank you for the call, because we're not going to, do this nonsense. But I think that the president's objective is to go out there and get a favorable deal with the Chinese and opening up the straits. They're at risk as well, and to get their support in us getting rid of the bomb. I mean, he said over and over and over, Iran can't have a nuclear bomb. I don't think, as much as a prank call this is, Lance, or whatever your name is from wherever you are, I don't think the president is going out there for any other reason than to try to resolve his objective, which is the Iranians can't have a nuclear bomb. I mean, I don't think there's anybody that thinks they should have one. And if they do, you're nuts. Because if you see what they're doing in the Strait, obviously they would utilize it within a day if they ever got it or got a dirty bomb or something of that nature. So it's kind of what the deal is. The president's been very clear on no bomb. And if they didn't have the capability to make a bomb like the Democrats are saying, well, then they would give up what they don't have. This is what I've been asking this question for a month, and no one can answer it. No one with a brain can answer this question. If there is no enriched uranium in order to make a nuclear warhead in Iran, if they don't have it, and this was a war of choice, and it wasn't an imminent threat, and they don't have it, why wouldn't they give up what they don't have? No one has been able to answer this question. If you don't have something in negotiation and you're asking me to give up something I don't have, I will gladly give it up to get something in return, because I don't have it.
If I have it and I don't want to give it up, then it becomes a sticking point in the negotiation. I mean, I don't know how. I've asked this question to everybody on the other side. Nobody can give me an answer because there isn't one. They obviously are close to getting it, and that's why they don't want to give up the enriched uranium. Otherwise, this thing would have been over because they'd have said fine. I mean, I have a bottle here of Mars from the wellness company on my desk. If you said to me, hey, I'll give you something for that bottle, but there's nothing in here, the Mars pills are gone, it's empty, I would gladly give it to you up. But if I've got a full jar and it's $69 and you only give me $10, I'm not going to do it. It is as simple as that. So you can get all the prank calls you want. You can't answer that question. John Fredericks Media Network, Trucking the Truth across America. We'll be right back with Jimmy Patronis. He's got a new bill and he's coming up next.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
Folks, this is Crime Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, you got him coming to you live from your nation's capital. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, truth and clarity right here. Joining us now, Congressman Panhandle, Florida District 1, Northwest Florida, our good friend Jimmy Patronis. Congressman, great to have you with us.
Hey, John, I don't think you're Godzilla. But I do really appreciate the opportunity to join you today and bring you wishes from Northwest Florida, the bastion of hope and peace and low taxes.
Oh, you got that right. And beautiful beaches. Don't forget that. You got all that stuff going on in Northwest Florida. And I see. I used to be Godzilla when I was heavier. I did lose weight. So now I'm not even sure the mantra fits anymore.
Good for you.
I know, right? But look, things going well. But I was very excited to get you on today because you have a new bill called the Never Fight Alone Act. You had a town hall meeting on it last night, and you're tackling veterans' mental health crisis. And of course, in your district, you have one of the largest communities of veterans. Tell me about your bill and tell us how your town hall went. Jimmy.
Sure. Thanks for having me. We had over 3,000 participants. It's great. Technology has been able to make it where, we've got folks that probably just don't get out at night as much, and it makes them convenient for them to be able to participate. That was a response we got from a lot of, especially our seniors. I wouldn't have participated unless you'd had this format. So the town hall went great. But yeah, we wanted to roll out the Never Fight Alone Act. The Never Fight Alone Act is to deal with those unseen demons that plague our first responders, our military. Those men and women put themselves in harm's way in ways they see things, they deal with things that can't be erased like a hard drive. So in the case of our military, the VA has resources available to them, but sometimes there's roadblocks in getting access to those resources. So basically we're eliminating the roadblocks. We're making more community care dollars available where those veterans can go and see a local provider. If they've got a relationship with a doctor already, now that doctor is going to have easier access for that benefit to be able to pass through, and we can make sure that we help our brave men and women that either were in uniform, have retired in Northwest Florida, be able to live nice, healthy, long lives.
So tell us where the bill is now. What committee is it in, and where's it going?
So literally, we just filed it yesterday. We rolled out the press release. Excited to see. We'll get into Veterans Affairs. Hopefully, bounce this thing right along. But it's a good issue. It fits hand in glove with what Secretary Collins and President Trump are doing with community care. And this was an initiative the president started in his first administration, sent a lot of resources to community care. Look, we've got plenty of providers that already exist. Let's let those providers take care of our veterans and knock down the wait list. The Biden administration comes in and decides to grow more of the bureaucracy of the VA. And again, now we're going back to the way we were before, where Secretary Collins says, guys, we've got people that need help now. Let's get those resources out in the field. Building buildings in order to provide more services sounds great, but we've got people that need help right now, and construction dollars are better being used right now for servicing our men and women because time is precious.
Jimmy, have you shown this bill or talked about it with Doug Collins?
So literally, it's funny you say that. I had lunch this week with his one of his former staffers, and just to go over the bill. So my intention is get it up to speed with Secretary Collins probably by the either end of this week or first of next week. So everybody feels like they've got a better mousetrap to take care of our vets. I think getting rid of red tape is always a great way to start.
Well, I can see him. I can see his office right here from my studio window. I'm going to throw pebbles at him and be sure he takes up your bill.
Appreciate that.
I see he's in his office now. Lights are on, so that's always a good sign, Congressman. Congressman Jimmy Patronis with us, Florida, Northwest Florida, Florida's first district, and he is a Republican, obviously. Jimmy, stay with veterans, stay with your theme here. Let's get to the war in Iran. Just give us your assessment of where we are right now. your Democratic colleagues that say Iran's winning, we're losing, it's a disaster, there was no imminent threat. They're calling it a war of choice. We didn't see the closing of the straits coming. We underestimated Iran, blah, blah, blah. Basically, they're rooting for us to lose. What is your assessment of where we are now?
Yeah, the Democrats are trying to say anything and everything they can in order to trigger the president. The president has you got to have patience in his negotiations, and I remind people, tariffs, Venezuela, fighting drugs, Iran, all these issues tie in together. This is the where he's looking at every situation around the world that he's trying to correct some of the challenges and the lack of effort we've had asserting ourselves where we should be dominating the conversation. So in the case with Iran, we have got China, who is a massive economic trading partner with us. We can't really justify picking a fight with China. We're dependent on them. But at the same time, China has tactics that they use that we don't support, don't appreciate, whether it be their technology, their surveillance, their influence on illegal drugs coming in the U.S. market. That's why it was so important to go after Venezuela, because ultimately that stops the drugs coming in. It changes Venezuela, but also it hurts China. So these are things that the president has been able to do in order to try to stabilize and right the ship, hit the reset button. And so it's no different than what's going on in Iran. Look, the president doesn't want to put boots on the ground in Iran, and Iran doesn't want boots on the ground either. But ultimately, the pain at the pump will hit both sides. We're feeling it right now. This is why the president's floating the idea of suspending the gas tax. But there's only so much that Iran can endure, and China is one of Iran's biggest partners. They say that this is not about Iran with the visit in China over the next 2 days, but I assure you there's going to be some sidebar dialogues of how we can scratch each other's backs.
I think though, if you look at Iran's history, their ability to survive crisis and basically have no problem starving their people to death in massive numbers is pretty well documented throughout history. So I'm really not sure that simply strangling them economically is going to be the answer here. I mean, this is a Persian nation that has been in existence for about 5,000 years. So I'm just not sure that that's going to work, because I think they'll do anything to stay in power. I mean, it seems to me without additional military, whatever you want to call it, influx, I don't see this thing ending.
Well, and now I think you're spot on. I mean, Iran has no hesitation in slaughtering 30,000 of their opponents that were in opposition to the way the government was running a few months ago. So now here comes the trigger. As important Iran is to China, if you cut loose Israel will do what Israel does best, and they'll go and slaughter everybody that's in leadership. Now, does China really want to deal with a whole new regime change there while they're so dependent on getting so much of their oil from Iran? So I think a number of these factors are there. I really don't think Israel will move forward without the blessing of President Trump. At the same time, look, Secretary Hegseth has gone on the trip too. It is what it is. It's a time to posture, to show the seriousness of the situation. I think the meeting will be good. I think you will have a follow-up meeting announced, but I think there will be some developments because China will still need that relationship with the oil there, and they probably ideally would like it with the same people they're negotiating with currently.
I haven't, that's an interesting perspective, Jimmy. I haven't really considered that. I think that's pretty insightful, that it's not in the Chi-Com's best interest to see further regime upheaval there, because they have a very deep oil business relationship with them.
That's right.
And so you don't know what's going to happen when a completely new regime takes over. So it seems like what you're saying, I think it's got merit. It's in Xi's best interest. That's President Xi of China, the dictator. It's in his best interest to keep things somewhat status quo, to get that oil flowing back. I think it was your colleague
Morgan Griffith on just prior here, saying that their oil prices there are going up dramatically as well. That their reserves are running out. They can't get the oil, and that puts their economy at major risk. And when that happens, all hell breaks loose there because they got 1 billion people. So
Well, and don't forget, you've got Pakistan who they don't want hundreds of thousands or maybe tens of thousands Iranian refugees making into it because of Trump's threats to take out power plants and bridges. I think that's the nuclear option, but literally all Trump's end game is get rid of nuclear from Iran. If that's concession is made, then I feel like, we go back to status quo. But Pakistan speaks better Iranian than we do, so they're also eager to see this conflict be resolved.
what is your vision of resolution?
My vision is the 180, 90 pounds or whatever nuclear materials that they're sitting on become surrendered. We have some type of an agreement where there's not going to be tariffs applied to those that go to the Strait of Hormuz, and then we get the hell out of Dodge. I think the rest of the Middle East also, you're starting to see those players leave OPEC. There's definitely some independence that's taken place because the opportunity. The Middle East loves the Western world. They love keeping up with the Kardashians. There is an excitement that the Western world has brought to their economy as they've created their own destination. But they had this real, pain with Iran in the backyard that was creating volatility, that was instability in the Middle East. I think the rest of the Middle East wants to see Iran normalize also. They're tired of paying them off to not mess with us. And it's almost kind of a mafia sense.
Congressman Jimmy Patronis with us has a new bill out, the Never Fight Alone Act to tackle veterans' mental health crisis. Just introduced that. That'll go through the Veterans Committee. Also, Congressman, 1st District, Northwest Florida, and a Republican. You got a new map. You're going to pick 4 seats up. Give us your assessment. Are those 4 seats going our way? Does the map affect your district at all? Give us kind of the lay of the land, Jimmy.
So you're potentially going to have 10 new Republican members of Congress from the state of Florida. There's arguably about 70 members of Congress that are not seeking re-election nationally, or they're moving from some other position. So the new maps in Florida that are put in place, they're constitutional maps. They have to meet the state constitution because we have requirements in place. And yeah, so it's going to jumble things up for a number of incumbents across the state. My seat doesn't change unless you want to, go and take over parts of the Gulf of America or, invade Alabama. I'm kind of in a box. But for other members, especially as you get into Central Florida, Southwest Florida, Southeast Florida, those are where the biggest changes are made. So yeah, there's a handful of members that are going to have to meet new constituents, and in order for them to be reelected, wish them well.
I tell you what, are you confident of the new seats that we're going to get another 4 Republicans in Florida?
I am. I'm looking at some of the pivots that are taking place. And look, I feel like this war of mutual assured destruction between Republicans and Democrats nationally at the state level, redrawing maps. At the end of the day, there was going to be some mistakes made, and this is what we've seen as evidence of what's happening in our backyard right here in Virginia. As this rush to judgment, and you've got a Supreme Court that decided to call balls and strikes. It's brave what they did, because now the legislature is even contemplating forcing mandatory retirement on the Virginia Supreme Court justices.
It's like, it's not going to happen, but it just shows you how they'll fight. That's why we were so disappointed yesterday in a handful of rhinos in the state Senate in South Carolina that really don't understand.
Yeah.
They don't understand what the hell we're dealing with here. I mean, they're talking about good governance and all this nonsense, and these guys want to just blow up an entire Supreme Court in one day with an age restriction. I mean, this is who we're fighting. And these guys in South Carolina that voted against us, they're clueless rhino wonders of all time. They have no idea who we're fighting. and they're talking about good governance. That's like going to a tank and bazooka fight with basically a musket. I mean, you're going to get wiped out. It's just pathetic.
Well, just you look and see what happened in Indiana. You know, they decided to be knuckleheads and let their pride get in the way. And the president taught the Indiana legislature a lesson. You see what's happening in New York right now. Mandami's having to roll back all of his tax policies that he was trying to roll forward. These people are crazy. And, at the end of the day, people spend their money better than government does. And, when you try to start taking more money out of their pockets, this is why you're having the migrations to Florida or South Carolina or Tennessee or Texas. They're tired of paying for the foolishness and try to take care of their families.
Jimmy Patronis, Congressman, Florida, 1st District, Northwest Florida, conservative, has a new bill to protect veterans' mental health. Jimmy, thank you for being with us. People want to follow you, your campaign. Where do they go?
At Jimmy Patronis on X, my DMs are open. Reach out.
Jimmy, thank you. Thank you for your time today.
See you later.
All right, Jimmy Patronis, Northwest Florida. Well, it's that time again. It's Wednesday. The Peach Crew is chomping at the bit, ready to go. We're going to Atlanta with the Peach Crew next. Keep it right here on the John Fredericks Media Network.
This is WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFV Portsmouth, part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. The president has landed. President Trump and his entourage of senior administration officials, business, finance, and tech leaders has arrived in Beijing. Mr. Trump says trade is a top agenda item for his talks with Chinese President Xi, although Iran will also come up.
We're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problem. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with, and I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
As for trade, James Zimmerman with the American Chamber of Commerce in China.
The key thing is that there's no expectations of a grand bargain, no expectations of any kind of breakthrough with, all of the challenges that we have in the trade relationship with China.
A pending U.S. weapons sale to Taiwan is a thorny issue in relations between Washington and Beijing. Wholesale inflation surged last month. The producer price index for April jumping 6% from a year ago, up 1.4% from March. Energy prices skyrocketed higher. As U.S. doctors closely monitor Americans from the hantavirus-stricken cruise ship, a woman in Paris who contracted the virus is gravely ill. 18 Americans are quarantined in the U.S. One of them tested positive and is in a biocontainment unit. 3 people died on board the Dutch-flagged cruise ship while it was out in the Atlantic. Watching Wall Street ahead of this morning's opening bell, stock futures remain mixed. The Dow futures down 245 points, while the NASDAQ futures are 65 points higher. S&P futures 5 points in the red. More on these stories, townhall.com.
If you're listening right now, chances are you're either worried about a parent living alone or you are that parent and you know your family worries about you. Either way, there's a great company that finally got senior safety right, Connected Caregiver. Connected Caregiver is everything you already know about senior alert devices, fall detection, emergency button GPS, but reimagined for today. A small wearable device alerts your family the moment something happens. Discreet in-home sensors, no cameras, no microphones, cover you even when you're not wearing it. And a smart pill box tells your family if medication medications were taken, all right on their phones. For the kids, you go from hoping everything is fine to actually knowing it is, even when you're across the country. For mom and dad, Connected Caregiver keeps you in your home on your terms. That's not losing independence, that's keeping it. Call 888-870-8020. A Connected Caregiver specialist who genuinely cares will help find the best solution for you. They'll even help check if you qualify for a free device. Call 888-870-8020, 888-870-8020.
Russia has test-fired a new ICBM.
Russian President Vladimir Putin calls it the most powerful missile in the world. The nuclear-armed Sarmat is an intercontinental ballistic missile whose individually targeted warheads, Putin says, have a combined power more than 4 times higher than any Western counterpart. Test launched Tuesday, it's a key part of Moscow's efforts to modernize its nuclear forces. The last remaining nuclear arms pact between Russia and the U.S. expired more than 4 years ago. And Putin has repeatedly brandished Russia's nuclear capabilities since the 2022 invasion of Ukraine, looking to deter the West from ramping up support for Kyiv. Just days after his claim that the conflict in Ukraine is coming to an end, Putin says the Sarmat will enter combat service at the end of the year. I'm Ben Thomas.
Find more news and analysis at townhall.com. U.S. hotels say the promised economic boom from the World Cup has yet to materialize.
The American Hotel and Lodging Association recently released a report that found room bookings are lighter than expected in most of the 11 U.S. World Cup host cities, with roughly a month to go before the start of the most-watched sports tournament in the world. The group's survey found that in Boston, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Seattle, nearly 80% of hotels responding reported the pace of bookings was tracking behind a typical summer. Experts say the weaker than expected demand shouldn't have come as a surprise to hotel operators. I'm Gethin Coolball.
Britain's Princess Catherine set to make her first overseas trip since announcing that her cancer was in remission. Kate will be visiting Italy, spotlighting her focus on early childhood education during a 2-day tour. More on these stories, townhall.com.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
President Trump and Buddy Carter are working to help Georgians keep more of what they earn by passing the largest tax cut in history, eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, and making the child tax credit permanent.
Buddy Carter, warrior, great guy.
From day one, Buddy Carter has stood with President Trump on his mission to make life more affordable for working families. But while President Trump and Buddy Carter were protecting our wallets, Congressman Mike Collins was abusing them. Congressman Collins is under federal investigation for misusing taxpayer funds to benefit himself and his cronies. According to the investigation report, Congressman Mike Collins, quote, may have violated federal law by shelling out government funds to one of his top aides. Georgia families have had enough of wasteful, corrupt career politicians. We just can't trust or afford Mike Collins. Paid for by Buddy Carter for Senate.
I'm Buddy Carter, and I approve this message.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
John Frederick.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Frederick Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Frederick Show.
Well, it's that time again now, Wednesday. We're going to Atlanta. It's time for the Peach Crew, actually in Georgia, scattered all over the place, backed by popular demand. Former general manager, John Frederick's Media Network, Nancy Babbitt is joining us today. Life is good when Nancy's on the Peach Crew. Let's bring her right in. That's my treat for the day. Nancy, great to have you. You look fabulous.
Thank you, John. Good morning. Good to be back with the crew.
What's that green sign say in the background? Somebody.
Carter Patterson for State Senate, District 27 in Georgia.
All right. We got Nancy Babbitt on. Life is good like old times. And let's see who else. We've got Sally. Is Sally on video or is she just by telephone? Dan. Sally there? Oh, there's Sally. Okay, we got Sally Grubbs. Of course, Sally is Nancy. Nancy, are you still with the Forsyth GOP?
Oh, absolutely. Going strong, having precinct parties, getting people out to meet all the local candidates, John.
Are you vice chair there now, right?
No, I'm a precinct chair at Midway, and I'm on the state committee.
All right, state committee. Good for you. Sally Grubbs with us. Sally is the indomitable Sally Grubbs. You never know where she is. She's always traveling around somewhere. She is the vice chair of the Republican Party of Georgia. So thank you for being with us, Sally. Sally is running this operation. That's why it's running so smooth. Also, I ran it for 2 weeks. It was a complete disaster. Jackie is with us. We have Jackie on. Let's get Jackie in. There we go. Jackie.
Good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing?
Jackie Harling, chairman of the 14th District GOP. Scary Jackie. She scares off party candidates. I don't know why. And CJ is with us, activist for veterans. CJ, always good to have you. And let's see, we've got, do we have Holly on? Holly, we got a full house today. Holly's on? There's Holly. Okay, we got Holly Kessler, a GOP activist and strategist in Savannah. So, well, guys, here we are. We've also got Tyler Harper, agriculture commissioner, is on too. He's got some things to talk about. Hang in there, Tyler, a second. We also have Russ Goodman on. We got this is the biggest full house ever. You guys hang in there a minute. I just want to get an overview here from the Peach Crew. It is 6 days until your primary. Brian Kemp didn't put it off, so that's over. Primaries going forward. Can't do redistrict until 28, much to many people's chagrin like me. But it is what it is. We're not going to lament it. We're still picking up seats all over the place. But I think Kemp's inability to do this ended any national ambitions he has. Obviously, he's not going to run for president because he can't go to Iowa, having not done this special session. He's done. So, maybe he'll go to Athens and be president of UGA or something. But do you guys agree with me? Kemp's inability to schedule a special session to change, maybe pick 2 seats up, basically is the end of any national hope he has. Would everybody agree with me on that?
No, disagree, John.
No,
Why?
I disagree.
People are paying attention to things like that. Kemp has so much power in this state and such a good name. It's not going to override all the good things that people think he has done.
I'm talking about his national ambition. I mean, I
don't think they're paying attention to that.
Interesting. Holly, no mic. Sally?
John, I mean, that remains to be seen. I think that I think it's unfortunate that we been so oppressed in so many ways politically with our seats.
All right, Sally's gone. Okay, that leaves Jackie.
Well, you know what?
Dropping like flies.
Dropping off. Good morning, everybody, and it's so good to be here. I think, honestly, they might vote for him. They might not for other reasons. I don't think this would be the reason because we have already started our election, and a lot of the other states that decided to go into special session had not. So their calendar allowed it without causing complete and total mayhem. Our hearts, we all wanted a special session. We want as many seats to support Donald Trump as possible. Let's be real. But there's also logistic realities that we can't wave a magic wand and make disappear. So I think those things would be easily explainable if people just, calmly listen to the facts. So I don't necessarily agree with your sentiment, but I appreciate you saying it. But
yeah, I wish it was
think
true.
it necessarily is accurate.
I think he's done. I don't know how he goes to Iowa and competes with DeSantis and people like that. That have done everything to try to win the House. And
Florida's elections haven't started yet. Qualifying hasn't even happened yet. So
that's a red herring because Louisiana put their elections off. Alabama put their elections off. Mississippi's going to put their elections off.
It probably wasn't. They probably didn't interrupt it after it had started. I'm just being devil's advocate here. There is a defense to that, and I think it could be made.
We'll see what happens. Okay. I think it was a bad move. I think he should have done this. He could have re-ingratiated himself with the MAGA movement. And now it's just another thing he did where he didn't, it looks like another Trump act. And look, I like Brian. I think he's been a great governor. And I have no problem with that. But this country's hanging by a thread. Other governors have
we all wanted the special session.
What?
We all wanted it.
Yeah,
we would have had a big party, but there were realities and monetary situations. I mean, can you imagine how much it would cost to stop and with all the election, the polling places, and there's real cost to that. So that's a defense.
What's the cost if the Democrats take over the House? What's that cost? I mean, come on, man.
Nobody wanted one more than me, so I'm just trying to be fair with what I say.
All right, well, you're not scary today. You're fair. Okay, I like it.
I'm always fair.
Let's get to all right. Very quickly before we get to the senator here and the agriculture commissioner. Very quickly, runoffs in 6 days, right?
Election, yeah. Primary,
not the runoff.
Primaries in 6 days. Debbie Dooley sent me a text. She's all excited. said that Derek Dooley is going to dump 1.2 million in an ad buy in the next 2 days or something. I don't know. I guess that's a shock and awe. Who gets in the runoff?
I love that, John. The shock and awe. The shock and awe. It's coming. It's coming. Winter is coming.
There's 6 days to go. I mean, what's the
Early
shock
voting
and awe?
is happening. There's
There's
600,000
days.
people who have voted.
Unbelievable. All right, make predictions. Who's going to get in the runoff? U.S. Senate. We'll start there. Nancy Babbitt.
Mike Collins and Derek Dooley.
Jackie.
It's either Mike Collins and Buddy or Derek.
You got to make a prediction. CJ.
I said what I said.
I'll say
CJ. Come on, I'm going to put this
Next
up on
person.
Godzilla wins.
I don't want to say.
CJ, I'm going to put your pick up on Godzilla wins. Go ahead. You're on the clock, CJ.
Okay.
Make a pick.
I like Burt Jones and Rick Jackson,
Senate.
but I'm watching Raffensperger.
Oh,
the Senate.
Let's get to Senate. You
Yes,
got
Senate.
to follow the panel, CJ. Holly, Senate. Holly, no mic.
Holly's muted.
You're out. Sally, go
Mike,
ahead.
I think it's Mike Collins and Derek Dooley.
Okay, I predict Mike Collins and Buddy Carter, and I predict Carter wins the runoff. Let's get to governor's race. Let's go start with Sally. Sally, runoff.
I think in a runoff situation, it'll be Burt Jones and Rick Jackson.
Holly, mic on? Holly says yes. Okay. CJ, now you can get to the governor's race.
Burt Jones, Rick Jackson.
Jackie.
Burt Jones and Rick Jackson.
Nancy.
Same.
All right, Burt Jones, Rick Jackson. Tough in the runoff because the problem that Burt's got is where the Raffensperger and Carr voters going. Probably not to Burt. So it's going to be tough. We'll leave that one for later. Okay, guys, great predictions. Who's going to win the House seat of the retiring Barry Loudermilk? Nancy?
I'm not sure. I haven't been staying up with that race.
Jackie?
What's his name, guys? I'm obsessed
Rob
with
Atkerson.
Yes, him.
Yeah, I think Rob.
Thank you, Sally.
Hey, Sally, Rob, right? Rob's the favorite.
That's my district, and Tricia Pridemore has got a lot of support, spending a lot of money, but Rob is doing very well. So my prediction would be Rob.
I don't see any way, and I like Tricia. I know her many years. Great lady, but the vote she made on the Public Service Commission, no way. No way.
Georgia Power is killing people. Georgia Power, I mean, I don't mean that literally. What I'm saying, the costs and the expenses is definitely an issue in that race.
All right, good job. That's kind of what I think. So I think it's gonna be Rob. Let's get to Senator John Goodman.
Russ Goodman.
Russ Goodman with us, Senator. I think that's what 8th district, if memory serves me. Russ, right? Thank you for being with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Give us the lay of the land here. Give all our panel and our listeners, Georgia Senate, what you guys are doing, what you're thinking. Kind of map it out for us.
Well, there's a lot to be seen in what's going to happen in the future. I know there's talk of a special session perhaps sometime in June, but there's been no confirmation of that. It's a lot of talk. We finished up in April, and we've been governing, I think, this state conservatively, and we cut taxes again, and we've returned money to the taxpayers, and it's just an honor for me to be able to serve. I'm a full-time farmer and a part-time legislator, John. So regardless of what you see by some of these campaigns out there, I'm not part of a cartel or a cabal, and I'm not a career politician. I'm a full-time blueberry farmer, and I actually left the packing shed a while ago where we've been packing blueberries. Down in our district, in my district that I am honored to represent, we've had wildland forest fire that burned about 55,000 acres. And so thank God we've had some rain, but now we've had a little bit more rain than I would have liked because our blueberries are starting to split. So we're struggling with that. But, as for me, I'm all for Burt Jones. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, Burt Jones has had rural Georgia's back 1,000%. He's had my back 1,000%. And, John, I'm never going to run for any other office. My next office I'm going to run for is in the cab of a John Deere tractor. So, it just, it doesn't bother me to say what's on my mind. And I'm just going to tell you, I've got a lot of faith in Burt Jones. And I can tell you from somebody that has been in the trenches with him for the last 6 years, he has had rural Georgia's back and our state's farmers back. And the way the ag economy is right now, we need somebody in the governor's office that's going to continue to have our back.
How do you beat Ricky Jackson and all his money?
Well, I would like to think that money can't buy elections. And one of the things that scares me a little bit about Rick Jackson, to be honest with you, is he doesn't seem to have a problem with mobilizing his fortune to go after people pretty hard. And I'm going to tell you, John, being from rural South Georgia, everything that my friends in Atlanta want to do is not always good for rural South Georgia. And so sometimes, we can sort of depart a little bit, have to split ways a little bit. And I can just imagine somebody that lives in a 45,000 square foot mansion in a county where the median home value is $1.3 million, maybe has a different viewpoint than somebody like myself that lives in a rural county with the second highest poverty rate in the state. And so that's something that concerns me is I don't want anybody in there that's going to turn this state into a dictatorship, and so if you take $100 million being spent in this campaign, I could foreseeably see that $25 million going after state legislators who are just trying to represent their folks back home. I could see that easily happening. And so, I'm for Burt Jones 1,000%, make no qualms about it. I think people are seeing through some of this stuff. But, I would like to think that we live in a day today where money doesn't buy offices. Do you have to be a billionaire to be able to represent the people? Because you need people from diverse backgrounds. There's about 10 of us in the state legislature that actually farm for a living full time. And remember, John, we get paid about $20,000 a year to serve in the General Assembly. That does not keep mama's credit card bill paid. That doesn't keep tuition paid at the University of Georgia, right? And so we need people from diverse backgrounds that represent, because we live in a big state and we have diverse viewpoints and diverse economies really throughout the state. Down here where I'm at, ag is obviously number one. Ag is still the number one industry in Georgia, but down where I live at, it's, times 100, right?
Pretty much. Do we still have the ag commissioner on? Tyler? Is Tyler with us, Dan? Tyler, are you there? Or did we lose him? All right, let's open this up.
Here.
Okay, Tyler, you just heard what Senator Goodman said. You guys are the number one. Ag is still the number one industry in Georgia. I know you guys have been involved in a lot of stuff. How do you kind of frame here what you've got going on to what Senator Goodman just said?
Look, Russ Goodman is a phenomenal friend and brother, and he's been a strong advocate for Georgia agriculture for a long time, and it's an honor that I get to work with him every single day in his role as chairman of the Senate Ag Committee, and my role as Commissioner of Agriculture, and our partner over in the House, Chairman Robert Dickey, who does a phenomenal job as well. But agriculture is our number one industry in Georgia. It's over $100 billion industry, employs almost 400,000 Georgians across the state. It is a critical part of who we are. And I think what's awesome about our state is 95% of our ag operations across Georgia are family-owned operations. It's truly the backbone of what makes Georgia great. And at the end of the day, agriculture is really tied to America's success, our state's success, as well as our community's success. For 250 years, we're celebrating the 250th anniversary of America this year. And for 250 years, agriculture has been the constant that has allowed our nation to continue to be successful. And if we want America to continue to succeed, agriculture has to succeed. Our farm families have to succeed. And the work that Russ does and that we do together is all in that effort of ensuring that our number one industry continues to stay strong and drive our state's economy, and we continue to grow it in that way. And anything that seems to be a challenge or is something that is a threat to that, we always work to address that. But it's national security, period. And I'm honored to work in it as our state's Commissioner of Agriculture, and have been the last 3.5 years, going on year number 4 now, and look forward to continuing to work with our friends all across the state, including Senator Goodman and the fine ladies on here, to ensure that our state continues to be strong, and we can use agriculture to do that.
Speaking of fine ladies, we're going to open this up to the panel. We've got State Senator, Georgia, rural area, Russ Goodman with us, Agriculture Commissioner, Georgia, Tyler Harper. We've got our panel. Nancy, I know we got all these state Senate openings. That's going to be another topic for discussion, but weigh in here. You heard Russ talking about Burt Jones and some of the agricultural issues.
Totally agree. I mean, Bert's been there for us. We know what we're getting. And I happen to live in the same county as Rick Jackson, so I could talk about that more too. But I know, Sally, you had your hand up. You had something important you wanted to ask. And Jackie, you got something before you want to go too. So I'm going to turn it over to them, John.
All right.
Well, I just wanted to say very quickly, I teased Senator Goodman about being my favorite state senator, and he is one of my favorites because he is a true example of, a Georgia-grown business. And with the Great American Cobbler Company, he grows those blueberries, they make the cobbler, and he does an excellent job in the Senate. There's, without a doubt, we have had one of the most, and I think if ever, and probably Senator Goodman can speak to this, one of the most conservative Senates that we have ever had in the state of Georgia, that has passed good legislation. They've stopped bad legislation, and I just couldn't be prouder to kind of brag on the Senate. And I would also like to thank Commissioner Harper. He has done a fantastic job with all the challenges in South Georgia, with the hurricane. You have a hurricane that comes through, and then you have fires that come through. Just the amount of disaster that has happened in agriculture in Georgia, and these guys keep it going. So thank you for all you do for Georgia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie?
Hi, Tyler and Russ. Good morning. Thank you so much. It's good to see y'all again. I've got to jump off to get on the road, but I just wanted to say something super important for everybody listening. May 19th, obviously, is the primary, and but what a lot of people don't know is it's the beginning. It's to determine our Republican nominees, but it's also to determine definitively what judges will be in office. And our judges are nonpartisan races. We've got Court of Appeals and Justice Supreme Court. I could name 4 names, but I'm not going to. I'm going to make it real easy on everybody. To get the conservative judges to do a good job, vote for the incumbents on May 19th. You won't get another chance. Mm-hmm. This is it. This is their race. This is their November race, okay? So May 19th, vote for the incumbents all the way. Go all the way to the bottom of that ballot and vote for those judges. That's one of the most important things we can do on May 19th, and do it in early voting. And guys, I love y'all. I'm sorry I have to run.
Well, wait, are you saying that all the incumbent judges on the state primary ballot, which becomes the ballot for them, are you saying they're all conservatives, all of them?
They're all people that are going to do their job, and what we can say, the Democrat machine is pushing other people. So that tells you right there, we have to fight that machine. And so far in early voting, Democrats are showing up more than the Republicans. So this is a scary situation. It's urgent and crucial that we get out and vote for the incumbents in the judicial races. Please get the word out, y'all. Help me do that. And I love y'all. And John, thank you for having me. I got to go. I got to get on the road.
All right, take care.
Love y'all.
Holly, you want to comment on what Jackie just said, or anything?
Yeah, I do. She's right. It's very critical, and it's they have a lot of money and power behind these these radical left-wing progressives that I call them. And guys, I just want to thank y'all too for everything that you're doing. I'm down here in South Georgia, so I've been involved in some of the local action on the ground with the fires and things. One question I did have for both of y'all, I guess maybe Tyler first, and then Russ can answer, is with everything going on with the data center push, how does that affect the farming community? I mean, I know it's coming into rural communities, but what are you hearing from people on the ground and concerns? And does that have, I mean, obviously there's, water supply issues and energy, the grid and that sort of thing. But what are y'all hearing on the ground about that? And what are your concerns?
I guess I'll just I'll hop right in. One of the things I talk about a lot in agriculture is even over the last 250 years, one of the things that we have been challenged with is this question of more with less, where in agriculture we're asked to produce more peanuts, more cotton, more beef, more pork, more lamb, more milk, more wood, and do all of that with less resources and less inputs. Things like less seed, less fertilizer, less water, and at the end of the day, less land. And at some point, more with less just doesn't work anymore. You got to have a certain amount of critical inputs and to ensure that agriculture continues to succeed. And so our focus, obviously, in my role as the commissioner and our job at the department, as well as working with our legislators, is to work to ensure that we protect our state's number one industry, a way of life for many people. And one of the ways that we did that, Russ Goodman actually carried this bill, and we're working through the application process right now of giving farm families the opportunity to put their agricultural land in an easement program that protects it for ag purposes forever. And so we're working to protect ag land. We know in Georgia right now we're on track to lose about 800,000 acres of agricultural land to a variety of different things.
Right.
So that's over the next 15 or 20 years or so. And so, if the trajectory continues, that's something that is definitely a concern, because that means we have less land to grow food on, which becomes a national security concern. And so our focus every day is regardless of what it is trying to find a way to ensure that our agricultural industry continues to succeed. And I've been very vocal that when it comes to prime agricultural farmland, it should be used for agricultural purposes, period. It's not a solar farm, it's a solar field, and among other things, including data centers. And so it's been a effort that we've worked together with Russ and others through the General Assembly to enact policies on the state level and ensure that we're working to protect our ag land, especially our viable, very highly productive ag land, and ensure that it stays in agricultural production, because it is directly tied to our state success, community success, and our national security. And so that's going to continue to be a focus of ours, and working to address that and ensuring that we're protecting that moving forward.
Nancy Babbitt, are you seeing any data centers proposed or popping up in Forsyth County?
No, but right next to us in Hall County on the other side of Lake Lanier. So we're watching that and very interested in what's happening.
Tell us about, I'm going to get back to the Ag Commissioner in a second here, but tell us about the sign you've got behind you. I know there's a lot of open state Senate seats because it seems like everybody's running for lieutenant governor. I got so many candidates, I'm even going to try to pick that. I think Dalzell gets in a runoff though. But who is Patterson, and why are you backing him?
Well, we've got Greg Dalzell and Carter Patterson coming up in this segment, so I'd be glad to tell you about him. But hopefully he'll be on here soon and he can tell you himself, because it's a nasty race between four great candidates. But it's heated to take Greg Dalzell's place up here and be our senator in Forsyth County.
Define nasty.
Oh, money from some of your favorites, the DraftKings and the gambling people, and bad ads. One of the guys running against him is called Big Mike, and I don't know what campaign consultant came up with that, because a lot of people think Big Mike is Obama's wife. So there's just been nasty things. I mean, they
It's a
had
good idea, Fairy
Carter
Nancy.
Patterson, who's the nicest person in the world and does all this charity work for our county. And they have a picture of him on somebody's Ring doorbell saying he's a con man because he's out knocking doors. I mean, it's really hit low, the low of the low.
Is Big Mike big?
He's tall.
Big Mike. Who's for the gambling interests?
I think if you asked any of the four of them, they'd probably say no. But, you know, you got to look behind the scenes and who's getting funding. And it seems like the big story this week is that Big Mike's getting funding from some PAC that DraftKings and four other gambling entities are backing. So I haven't checked all that. Don't know all the receipts, but that's the latest rumor.
Well, I mean, look, I go to Georgia. I like my DraftKings app doesn't work. That's why I don't like to go there. Like I can't, but like I got to call Ann to put it on her account. She doesn't like to do that. Like it doesn't make any sense. You got it in every other state. Why not just take the money? I just don't get it. I mean, you're not going to stop it. You're not going to stop phone gambling on athletics. Now, I'm opposed to iGaming for casinos and all that stuff. But I mean, DraftKings, FanDuel, MGM, Caesars. I mean, you're not going to stop it. I mean,
I say do it and get the tax money. Craig and I leave the state and go to casinos. We like to gamble
exactly.
times a year, so
It doesn't make
okay
any
with me.
sense. It makes no sense. Just go to GodzillaWins.com. I had 2 more hockey winners last night. I'm on fire. So just saying, Nancy. Okay, let's get back to the Ag Commissioner here. You raised Tyler. You raised a red flag, sounding the alarm on how a potential acquisition of Restaurant Depot by Cisco may violate antitrust laws. You shot off a scathing letter to the DOJ and the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, urging an investigation into this acquisition. So for the layman, you look at this, you know, it's like Restaurant Depot, well, they make like bar stools and stuff. Like, who cares? Tell us why you're concerned about this.
Look, I think at the end of the day, when you look at the supply chain, you have the folks that farmers and producers buy from. You have the farmers and producers kind of in the middle, and you have the folks that are farmers and producers on the market side that they sell to. And what's happening, and Senator Goodman can speak to this as good as anyone, what we're seeing over the last decade, 2 decades, 3 decades is considerable consolidation on both of those fronts, which in the end has started to squeeze the American farmer and the American producer in the middle. And this is one example of that, where it's reducing market opportunities for agricultural products that are grown by our American farmers and producers, and it's reducing competition in the marketplace for consumers when it comes to the grocery store. This merger will represent over 40% control of that food supply systems when it comes to those distribution networks that Cisco and Restaurant Depot are a part of, and that's an extreme concern. You know, we saw when it comes to Cisco, whenever during the pandemic, we saw significant increases in prices of food. And at the same time, they significantly increased their profits during a very difficult time for a lot of American citizens. And so it's definitely a concern when private equity is getting involved in such a significant way in the agricultural sector and controlling it and seeing it as a profit center and not as national security. At the end of the day, I think that's what this comes down to. Agriculture is not to be necessarily a profit center for private equity. It needs to be taken seriously as a national security concern for America, and consumers need to have low grocery prices and prices they can afford in the grocery store. Farmers need fair markets and fair market access to ensure that they're able to continue to compete, not being pushed out of business. You know, in Georgia, over the last 4 years, we've had some very difficult times in our ag economy. The last couple of years of the Biden administration were disastrous for American agriculture. This administration, the Trump administration, is working to turn that around, but we're still seeing, we're right now on track for this to be the 4th year in a row that less than 5% of American farms break even or make a profit. And at the same time, we're seeing entities on either side of that spectrum continue to make record profits. And so those are things that I think we've got to take a serious look at. The Trump administration is doing that when it comes to meat packing and the four big packers in that space. When it comes to the protein market, we're very supportive of what Secretary Rollins and Deputy Secretary Vaden are doing in that effort. And President Trump, I think that is the right move in ensuring that we're holding them accountable as well. This is the same exact vein when it comes to this particular merger between these two entities and what the Trump administration is already doing and the work that they're looking at when it comes to our food supply chain, because they understand how critical it is that we allow continued competition in the marketplace, open access for our farmers and producers so they can continue to be successful. Because as I said earlier, if our farm families aren't successful, America will not be successful. It is a critical component of us continuing to be successful without relying on foreign sources of food, without us relying on foreign nations that are not our friends to provide our food supply. That's what this is about, and we're working hard to ensure that we're protecting American producers and our way of life and American sovereignty, because this is America first. That protecting farm families and what agriculture is and what it means to America is America first, and that is protecting American sovereignty.
All right, Tyler Harper, Agriculture Commissioner, Georgia. I know you got to bounce to another meeting. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for that insight. We're going to bring in Greg Dolezal in a minute, and also candidate for Senate Patterson. Let me get to John. Let me get to Russ Goodman, though. Russ, you're a farmer. You heard what Tyler said about the antitrust suit with Cisco and the restaurant depot. How does that affect you as a farmer quickly?
Well, let me just go ahead and tell you, the biggest threats to the family farm in this country are corporate consolidation, overregulation, and unfair trade. And what Tyler said, he was spot on. I mean, we're down to, you have 4 corporations that process 85% of the beef, 4 corporations that have 85% of the corn seed market, 4 corporations have 80% of the soybean seed market. And so every industry that the farmer buys from and every industry that the farmer sells to is consolidated. So it is a huge issue. It's a basic issue of fairness in the marketplace. You know, the average age of a farmer today is 58 years old. What would we say if that was a true statement for a school teacher or for a doctor, right? And so what Tyler said 1,000% is, you know, food security is national security. And one of the things when we talk about the preservation of farmland in Georgia, I was honored to carry that bill on Tyler's behalf. He was speaking about earlier, but we've lost about 20% of our farmland in the state of Georgia since 1974. The overwhelming loss of that farmland is due to rooftops, not anything else. But I tell people all the time that the biggest threat to the preservation of farmland is the fact that farmers aren't able to turn a profit. And we're seeing so much more that kids, like, you know, are not wanting to come back to the farm. And we've got to change that dynamic, because the farmer's share of the American food dollar is about half of what it was in 1980.
Okay, let's bring in State Senator Greg Dolezal, and also candidate for Senate Patterson running for his seat. We'll get to him in a minute. Greg, thanks for being with us today. How's your wife?
She, I think she just came out of surgery. The doctor asked me to come up, and they're gonna call me here in a minute. So I think should be good. Hopefully. Thank you for asking.
All right. Well, you certainly take that call. You're my candidate for lieutenant governor. Everybody knows that. Just lay this out for us. We got 6 days. How do you get in a runoff?
You know, John, it's interesting. At this point, I think the cake is somewhat baked, but we've been running on a pro-America, America first, bold conservative agenda. And what's interesting, whether you're down in Valdosta, down by Senator Goodman, or you're all the way up here in Forsyth County, but with, you know, Carter Patterson and myself and Nancy, people want the same things. The middle class, they see the middle class disappearing before they're.
I think we lost Greg. We'll wait till we get him back. Let's get to Carter Patterson. Carter, you're Nancy Babbitt's candidate. Nancy and I go back a very long time. Great lady. If she's for you, that's a good thing. I remember us having dinner, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, somewhere in Forsyth County when I first met you. Nancy was a fan of yours back then. I think Nancy, it was Carter that we had dinner with, right?
Yeah, we did with Carter, and Carter Barrett was running against Sherry Gilligan at the time.
That's right. I remember that. That's right. There were two Carters there. You were the better looking of the two Carters. I do remember that, Carter Patterson. So tell us about your Senate. Tell us about your Senate race.
Yeah, thanks, John. It's great to see you again. It's been that long. A year ago, I had no intentions of ever running for office. I was hoping Senator Dolezal would stay there forever. There's not a single vote that man has made that I've disagreed with. He's been a great conservative champion in Forsyth County. But, you know, I live in Forsyth County. I've lived here 30 years. The seat opened up. And, you know, state Senate's a big leap for a first-time candidate. But I felt like I'd done enough in the community, and I love it so much that I wanted to jump in there and be able to put my 2 cents in with maybe a little more urgency than when you're a citizen and you give your 2 cents. The elected officials will listen to you, but when you're the actual guy, you can actually make things move forward. And I believe in term limits, John, because I think for new ideas and new people to rise up, some people got to get out of the way. Senator Dolezal, when he first ran, gave himself a term limit, and he has kept his word. And he's going for higher office, and damn, is he good. And he's done a great job for our area. And so I believe in that spirit, and that's why I'm running.
Okay, so let's get back to Senator Dolezal. He's back now, Senator. So you mentioned it's baked in the cake. What did you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I don't know if there's anything that I can do between now and Tuesday to ensure a spot in the runoff. I think the work we've been doing over the last 9 months is what's going to ensure that. And voters are looking for bold conservative leadership. You know that. You remember all the way back in 2020 when you, myself, Brandon Beach were on the show so often.
Greg, we're not getting your audio, Greg. See if you can reconnect. Meantime, I'll open it up to the panel for Carter Patterson or for Russ Goodman. Holly?
Well, I like your energy, Carter. I won't have a chance to vote for you, but I do like your energy and what you got to say. Of course, Nancy's great, so you got a good one in your corner there.
Thank you, Holly.
Yeah, Nancy's awesome, and we're always very much aligned on things. So you must be great if she's backing you. I would like to ask Senator Goodman, one of the things in the gubernatorial race is experience. People talk about experience and that kind of thing. And your experience in the Senate with people potentially like Mr. Patterson, who may win his race, he'll be new coming into the Senate. What kind of leadership would it take in the Senate with all these new senators coming in, and in the legislature, frankly, when you're looking at the governor's seat?
Well, I think it's going to be helpful to the state to have someone in that office that understands the legislative process, that understands the dynamics from as far as different legislators from different areas of the state, because it is one of the attack ads that got put out here a while back was that, we hold study committee meetings and all this kind of stuff and nothing ever happens. Well, we've passed quite a few bills this past year that came from study committee meetings. And one of the reasons that we have study committee meetings is because we are only in session 40 days out of the year. We're there from, January the 15th till April the 1st. And so when we're not there, we have to do the work when we have issues that we're trying to address. And that's, and matter of fact, this coming year, we're having a study committee on the generational sustainability of Georgia family farms. And I hope that we can come out with some real solutions with that. We've had study committees on the preservation of farmland. And so I think it is going to be helpful to anyone that is serving in that capacity to understand the legislative process. And a lot of folks don't realize how hard it is to get a bill to become law, but there is a lot involved with it, and it goes through a lot of filters, and that's a good thing, right? Go through a lot of filters. Hopefully it stops us from passing stupid laws. So Carter, it's good to see you on here. Look forward if you're blessed to serve in the Senate, we'll be blessed to have you. And I tell you'll find out that it's a family. It can be dysfunctional at times, but it is a family. And it's been one of the most rewarding experiences that I've ever been a part of.
Yes, nice to meet you, Senator, and I hope that I get to sit next to you and pass some good legislation in Georgia.
Absolutely.
Nancy, give us a breakdown of a lieutenant governor's race. There's so many candidates in it. The runoff is going to be a jumble, but we're going to get two candidates that are going to square off in about a month. What do you see there, Nancy? And then we'll get to Holly.
To me, it's so interesting because the geography. I think we've talked about this last time I was on. We've got a strong candidate, Tillery, down in South Georgia, which is hard, I think, when you're from South Georgia to get that statewide support. But then we've got John Kennedy in Savannah, good name recognition, all good candidates. And then we've got the whole north end with Steve Gooch and David Clark and Greg Dolezal, who are all kind of competing in this north end area together. So I think a lot of it's going to come down to geography and who gets out the vote in the state. And I kind of feel for the guys in the South and over in the coast, because I think it's harder for them to win maybe than our candidates up here or the northern side. So I'm thinking maybe a runoff between Dolezal and one of them. I'm not sure who the other one's going to be.
Holly?
Well, I will tell y'all, you nailed it with that, Nancy. And down here, Blake Tillery is very, very strong. And so yeah, when you're talking about the dynamics of the geography, you were dead on point with that. So I think it might be a Dolezal Tillery thing, if you look at it from a geography standpoint. But it's hard to say. But we'll see. There's some good ones.
What you're saying, Holly, is that even though that Tillery is from South Georgia and you don't have the mass votes there that you have in the north part of the state, that there's 3-4 candidates dividing that up in the north and only 2 in the south, which then gives Hillary the chance to get in the runoff. But I don't know how you win a runoff from Valdosta or from.
He's Vidalia.
Vidal,
he's South Georgia.
Not if you're up against a Dolezal, or I tell you, the other guy that they're telling me not to count out is Brandon Beach's son-in-law, the House member, Clark. Has he gained momentum at all?
I think if you look by fundraising numbers, John, you're going to see that Blake Tillery has been a very strong fundraiser based on the recent numbers. And yes, Greg Dolezal is very strong in my area in Cobb County. It's Tillery.
All right, Sally's fading out.
David Clark does have a strong support system, John, but I hear from I just don't think that he's as strong as some of the senators that are running, if that makes sense. Because you're jumping from the House to the Senate. The senators already have that experience, and that's what the lieutenant governor does, right? That's his main role. So I think they play that advantage a little bit over David, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they also have a bigger district, right, than a House member have. So they have more of a vote base. When Steve first got in this race, Russ, a lot of them thought that he would be the odds-on favorite, because he's really gotten out there. He has been getting his name out there in that area for a long time, but his campaign just, I don't know, it just hasn't caught on. Or have I missed it, Russ? Gooch.
Oh, well, Gooch is a dear friend of mine. He and I are sweet mates together, but the truth is I'm dear friends with all these guys that are running. I mean, when I say that we're a family, I mean, we literally live together. You might as well say, I mean, we're together, every day of the week, 5 days of the week for 3 months out of the year, and so it puts people like me in an odd situation because they are all friends. And, I truly love every one of them, speaking of the senators that I serve with. I don't know David all that well. Of course, I know Brandon very well. So it's going to be interesting to see where it comes out. But you're talking about one of the things I want to mention this, just John, for you and the folks on air. But the Senate district that I represent is only 6 square miles smaller than the 9 counties that make up Metro Atlanta. And there's 192,000 people in my Senate district, and there's about 5 million in that same amount of land around Atlanta. And so that kind of puts things in perspective. I'm basically representing a congressional district down here as far as size anyway, right? So it's
you're bigger. You're bigger than Vermont and Rhode Island. Right?
Well, it kind of sort of reminds me of story that when Lyndon Johnson was he was the chief of staff to the Bob Kleberg, whose family owned the King Ranch, and there was a senator from Rhode Island that was giving him a hard time, and he gave him the Johnson treatment and kind of leaned in and told him, he said, my boss man has a ranch that we could put your entire state in the middle of it and it wouldn't touch nary fence posts. We're a little bit like that down here. We've got a lot of pine trees.
All right, let's get to Carter Patterson. Carter, why should people vote for you, and just define the geography of your district?
Yeah, so I'm fortunate because my entire district is in Forsyth County, where I've lived for 30 years. Doesn't go into any other county, so I've been able to campaign in a relatively distinct area without having to do every county's GOP meeting and so forth. But I live on Lake Lanier. It's beautiful country up here, one of the healthiest counties in Georgia. Again, well represented by Greg Dolezal for 8 years. I've been transportation focused, so my background has been as a volunteer at the Chamber of Commerce, also just doing landscaping and other private public projects on roadway medians and so forth. But I just like to get involved. We've got lots of charities in Forsyth County that I've been a part of. I always have a voice to say, to give my opinion, and that's what I've been doing. One of the things that sets me apart against every candidate, and Russ, you don't have this problem where you're at, but Sally has this problem where she's at. Auto emissions has been forced upon Georgia in 13 counties for 30 years. Our cars are cleaner now. It's a silly test where they're just checking the computer to see if the computer's on or not. And it needs to go away. Florida got rid of it, Tennessee got rid of it. And by golly, we're going to get rid of it too if I'm elected. Anybody else is focused on.
Are you in favor of allowing athletic gambling in Georgia? Yes or no?
Oh, there would have to be a million guardrails for me to say yes.
They're already out there. Carter, they're already out there. They're in 32 states. We already got them. Here.
John, it's less about the specific interest of the special interest group. My opponent is getting $500,000 to $1 million of dark money out of state to try to swing this election, and that's just not right.
All right, Carter, we got to go. People want to follow your campaign. Where do they go? Quickly.
CarterPatterson.com.
CarterPatterson.com. All right. Carter, you're probably not going to do this, but if you want to win tonight's hockey game, you can't bet it in Georgia because they don't have it. But you could go to GodzillaWins.com and get another winner for free by the goodness of my heart, Carter, just for you. Guys, thank you for being with us. I want to thank Russ Goodman, Nancy Babbitt, Sally Grubbs, Carter Patterson, Holly Kessler, Jackie's gone, Sally's gone, Greg's